much like the fact that you'll be able to have an entire piece of software created just by like this video idea. It's incredible for it's getting great stuff. Because right now, I think there's like a lot of good ideas that people do not think of. For us, yeah, that's one of the things that we want to do. Do you think right now, if humans, regular, average humans, most humans, could vote to keep AI going or to stop AI, what do you think? That's a great question. So absolutely not. I don't have any ideas. Don't say it. And still, what do you think? Pausing, the wheels off of it, that kind of thing, siphon the gas out of the tank, you know, like that kind of thing, put sugar in it, like that kind of thing, you know. Yeah, I mean, there's some of the huge parts, but I think, like, there's, like, probably that. I think that is the end. I think there's general Israel. Truck. Is there a evolution of our purpose being inside of us? Is it this utopian place you almost think of as like a heaven idea where, you know, people who are fed and have enough, you know, can provide more to take care of themselves? I guess that's it, or what? Because purpose gives people work. Work gives people so much of their purpose, and so for to lose those things, what is it? What happens? To express their creative artifact. The world wasn't that rich, though. Before that, the world was not. People can find whatever way they can to express themselves. talent, their vision, for kind of collective love, kind of different what startups look like in the future when people can kind of just say whatever they want to their AI, they can make something that might suits, salami shop, but they're all the same. Like, improve that on the, that pizza shop on the corner last 20 years, right? Because that's like part of, like, I don't think that goes away when you're like think robotic. Okay. Yeah, because I think about when there's something you're like yelling at it, there's nobody in there, and you're like, I want to eat that. No driver in it, and it shoots you in. That's why I'm like, and that's where a kid growing up right now, to them, that would probably something like that. I'm a little older generation. I'm like, but that's always how things are, always generation to generation. And maybe this is just like a quicker evolution of things. And then it's for older. Ability from global shift to tariff impact to real time cash flow. That's NetSuite by Oracle. Your AI-powered business manager you need to make quick decisions. NetSuite helps you know what stock pivot fast. If I needed this product, this is what I would use. NetSuite by Oracle, one of the most trusted companies in the world. It's once tame the chaos with NetSuite.
Yeah, I appreciate you all coming again tonight. I've decided to put a little bit more energy into these lectures and a lot of my research. So I decided to read a new book of jokes, and it's helping quite a bit, actually. I'm reading Professor Ruth Weiss's book, No Joke, published by Princeton University Press. That's a very sophisticated, complicated discussion of where Jewish humor comes from. I hope to be able to speak more about it later. So this is her opening joke, which is the launch pad for a whole chapter of discussion on self-deprecating humor, but it goes like this. Now, I normally don't tell jokes that involve various nationalities, so I'm warning you in advance, this one is okay, don't worry about it. It goes like this. There are 4 Europeans go on a long hike, and when they return back to their hotel in the mountains, they're exhausted from being out all day. And so the Englishman says, I am so thirsty, I must have tea. The Frenchman says, I am so thirsty, I must have wine. Says, I am so thirsty, I must have beer. The Jew says, I am so thirsty, I must have diabetes. So she has a long discussion about, why is that funny, and does that say good things about Jews or bad things about Jews?
What up?
To giving but I didn't give it in this room. If you were, you may remember that unfortunately I had to rush up to Canada because my father needed to have, and unfortunately he pulled through. He managed of almost 2 years after that, finally passed cover us Mishkavo. But I was so happy that a couple of nights before the operation, I just set up a video camera and I sat down in my father's store with the camera for about 40 minutes. So there is actually a lecture online of do it properly, which reminds me of several other jokes actually that Professor Weiss's book. An incredibly important source for his and giving us a tremendous insight in the 17th century, and specifically the world of who was also the first translator from German into German, and so a real devotee of Roman biblical stage of life and 17th century. Upper middle class woman living in Germany who towards the end of her life decided to record her life in a long memoir of 7 notebooks. tradition that persists to the present for one's children. Let me just take a quick moment to stop and talk to you about Abdu that I feel very good about. The ethical will, or the tzavah, where well before that isn't about, who gets to keep the tea set, who gets what their values are, and what they think once they pass. My wife and I have a very beautiful custom. We write a new one every year for each of them on Arab Yom Kippur. A little bit macabre just before Yom Kippur, thinking about what if we were not to live the next year. But my wife and I find it very therapeutic. And we have one of my children here who can tell you, is it a good experience to get these things, or is it just, yeah, it's okay. Obviously, we write it for each child depending on their age. Like the youngest kid just gets like a kind of a picture saying "we love you" and that's it. And the older kids get a lot of direction. But at any rate, so she wrote this kind of book. It was 7 notebooks long, written over the space of about 50 years, and it leaves a tremendous record of what life was like for this particular woman. She happens to be an extremely talented storyteller and writer, so it's a very engaging read. Even in the 21st century, it has a certain level of freshness and appeal and to it. And so it has offered us a tremendous insight for her gender and for her class in 17th century Europe. So that's basically what it's all about tonight. We're going to look at what she had to say about the world in which she lived and what we can glean from this particular. So look and insisted that their way of speaking was correct. In reality, Yiddish is like it's a folk language that borrows very freely from, much more heavily influenced by the Judeo-German means little happy one. Word Glück or Glück means happy, fortunate, praise. Lucky. So, and the what do we have in the memoirs? She began writing them in 1690 after her case, when they had an extremely close relationship. When she lost him, she began the memoirs, family history, throughout the next 2.5 decades until she finally passed away in 1724. It was intended as a private document for her family, but every now and then you get little glimpses that maybe she thought it would be read a little more widely. And there is text between the years 1609 and 1715 because her children, about 15 years, she stops writing, and the aftermath of that. Manuscript copies, not actually in her own hand. By some of her children, and then was published by Bertha Pappenheim as primarily for her own generation, although she translated it into German. In German, later it's been translated into English, French, and even Russian to this day. Her ancestor, or her, should say her descendant, who translated it, is shown here. We saw her a little while ago when she was wearing a postage stamp after Bertha Pappenheim, which belies Freud's character as way girls throughout Germany. And she was one of the pioneering women, set up social services for women who were victims of abuse and so on. So she was definitely not a pushover kind of woman. And you can see her thinking really coming straight from her ancestor, Gluckel. Gluckel was also a tough woman. And Bertha stylist of the German language of the 19th century. Particularly, he ultimately converted to Christianity, this aspect of his life from the perspective of Jewish history to German culture, the entry ticket to German culture. The this gives you a sense of some of her illustrious descendants were really world-class people in their own right. Okay. Let's focus on what actually do the memoirs. Critics of the memoir have focused on the two elements of the arguing that it is really a rather mundane statement of bourgeois values. Certain element of truth to that, because she's always talking about how I think my daughter would be good for this guy, or this guy throw over my daughter for that woman, and it's like she doing money are the two topics on her mind, and it really obsesses her. Now, we say obsess because, you know, perhaps because of our much more spiritually refined state, Hati. It really isn't surprising that's what make this business deal. How am I going to marry? Those are things that are definitely the key themes of the book. That goes on in her life, and you're at the edge of your seat wondering if he is going to propose. You guys arrive safely. I mean, she tells to edit all that out. It sounds terrible. Something meaningful to her immediate safe children, to her unborn, which is simply taken straight from the moralist thing in a Yiddish language. That was saying, okay, enough of this, enough, we'll get the point. And so we lost those memoirs because they simply were not translated. I personally, purist, I guess, I would have liked to have slogged through the whole thing, but the text that we have is perhaps more readable by the removal. Very, very pious woman, and a book that she is resistant to any of the. Again, I mentioned that she had a deep love for her husband, and in fact, much of I think it's active illness and eventual death. When he was on, Buchel says to her husband, you're guys die. Shall I embrace you? And her husband responds,
the spectrum.
just wait to go to what are the elemental values of liquid ammo? Now, first off, that this is an incredibly rare entry that I, in my limited research, am aware of. And nobody else gives just a regular middle-class woman who doing literature. It is a work of nonfiction in which she's just telling us what it's like to be her at that time and place in Europe. And that dwarfs the rest. Lived through the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648-49, see all of these things. So we get a very rare bias. The sources that we work with in Jewish history is usually his life, and so we never get people who are not involved. So she gives us a great look at Jewish history from the people who are not involved in the kind of rather than take some questions, Ted. Judith.
Species, and that's where we're going to feature this like today, Paul Revere, you know, it's like, for better or worse, I think whenever you see something that's different, I don't want to.
Let's comment on her education. First of all, and what did she do on her own knowledge? She certainly was exceptional. But the vast majority of Jews, this is the language, also a language that had a burgeoning literary culture associated with it. There was actually geared at women who worked with the Hebrew text. Because basically the language of learning of rabbinic scholarship was Hebrew. She indicates at one point as a kind of a phrase for her father that her father considered it very important that his son receive a good education. Subject. Even Yiddish, possibly, but for an upper does refer on occasion to traditional rabbinic. Her Hebrew was definitely weaker than her Yiddish, and not her. Well, she just bell should have gone off at that pace and 6 months. And then a little later, she gets a letter from. Oh my God, things are terrible. The local authorities have placed an additional poll tax on the community. Sorry, taxes placed on the Jewish side. Please send a lot more money so that we won't be evicted. And she showed it to one of her older sons, who went and checked it out. And when he actually met with the brother, the younger boy who was studying there, the brother said that the tutor was just pocketing the money. And in fact, he was so hungry for money that he had cut off the silver buttons on the son. Like just a great way to round out her education. You can see that if she's worried about then it must mean that her German and her others.
And then you have like old fashioned, like, oh, book it, you're like, Zuckerberg recently, kind of was poaching out around.
I'll give you a really simple example. And this is the kind of thing that can really throw off support, right? So that's a village. If you live in, you would say, right? From which like the German word. And if you live in Eastern Ukraine, you'd say like Yiddish, like just without the Y. So it's the same word, Yid, and that gives you a sense of how the dialect is. Yeah. Jid. Well, in the Polish language, Jid, right? So it comes from there. But not in Polish Yiddish. In Polish Yiddish, you'd still say Yid. Yeah. That is the Yid. Okay. I read stuff about what was edited out. I sneak back and I read the introductions and stuff like that. I'm going to edit it out of this video because that'll make me sound smart. Okay. So second round. Well, let's see. Now, what was her life? Let's talk a little bit about her life events. Let's try and understand. I made this a little bit too small to text. But basically, just running through her life in Hamburg in 1846, the Jew, 1646. Thank you. She was born. I'll start that over again. We'll edit it out. She was born in Hamburg in certain parts of nowhere at this time, no, actually nowhere, Jews were always considered transient population here, but they did not have the right of residency. The region close to the border, on petty bureaucrats their ways because the Jews were convening prayer meetings and things like that. So they filed for a temporary respite, and at age 12, she was engaged a person who apprenticed and eventually became a dealer in precious gold. Things like that are very traditional occupations for Jews. They're highly portable, so when you're trying to with you and so on. It relies on far-flowing international connections, and Jews with their diaspora are well suited towards that and so on. So, and the age of marriage, of course, in the middle of the 19th, late 19th ages, there was often a long time between the betrothal, which could be when a woman was even at one point they asked Rabbi why he was so great. He said, I married my wife when I was 18, and if I married her when I was 16, that the Jews culture of multiple generations. So when a woman who was really just a girl with the dress and rearing, she wasn't going to be 13, 14, 15 years old and doing it alone. She would live in a household with a grandmother, a mother-in-law, cousins, aunts, things like that. So it was like, it was an extended family that marriage, 14, and her mother almost at the same time, basically one every 2 years for their marriage, and 12 of them, or rather, she lost low, and she remained unmarried for a time. Did I do those numbers? Yes, I did. She remained unmarried for about 11 years, but managed her husband's business just fine, thank you very much. Her children said, and then promptly went bankrupt, losing it all years later. So her second marriage was from the perspective of economics and companionship, because not only was she insist on repaying all of her debts, ultimately in a development that has great irony for the book, she ends up moving in a protracted process of, why do you want us to come visit you first? You should be coming to visit us first. And it goes back and forth for pages and pages until finally her daughter gets married to this man. And she's always complaining about her mechatanista, about her in-law. She always calls her, for the first parts of the book, she calls her the wealthy Frau Jakob, meaning the rich one. She keeps on talking about her in this disparaging tone of how much money she has. But it ends up that that's where she goes to live after she's widowed a second time with such honor and dignity by her mechatanista that she takes it all back and has only very warm thoughts of gratitude to them for kindnesses they showed to her at the end of her life. Last entries in the journal dated 1719, if I remember correctly, and she died at the age of 78 in 1724. So that's a very quick overview of the major life events that she describes. In between all of these events, she's talking primarily about two things: lifestyles of money, right? All the various business deals that she's involved in, most of which, by the way, are now after her husband passes away. She's involved with a lot of complicated things. She's involved. There's ship issues where they're attacked by pirates. We're talking about pirates. This is the 18th century, right? It's a 17th century. It's a crazy kind of time. Corrupt nobles and not necessarily so, honest Jews that she's doing business with. And she's describing all these tribulations of her business life. And at the same time, she's worried about her sixth daughter. Who's the right guy for her?
Welcome, Mr. Aquarius.
Her seventh son is having difficulty liking his Rabbbi. I mean, she's very much involved in these family things, and you can see a lot.
Can you
of
hear me
things
now?
Do them as a kind of a therapeutic personal
Excellent.
Okay.
Ready for me?
Yeah, before you go to sleep, because I don't want to go. I want to. You up.
Yes, ma'am.
It's there.
Get it. Why they? Got it.
Oh, good. There.
That was. Thank you. Oh yeah. Boy, you got a high score. Really, really big one. Get it. Ooh, look at you in the 90s.
You got it. When you went out.
That's right. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
All right.
You're approaching your 100th win. It's gonna be any night now.
Yeah, in my hand. Right, let's go now.
I win, you win.
You gotta strike.
Get it.
You gotta strike. You gotta strike, Rabbi. Okay?
I'll do my best. Nice spare.
Good spare. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You gotta strike. Strike.
501.
You got this. See? Good spare.
Get it. 501. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. Hi.
All but 2.
I'm sorry. I hurt your ear, my bad.
No, you're good. Oh, come on.
I know.
Talking about. Thank you, man. Get it. Strike. All right. This is a tough split.
Hey, let's go, Rabbi. Let's go. Yes. You got this,
Sure.
Rabbi.
No doubt.
Come on, Rabbi. Strike it, strike it, strike.
There you go, ma'am. Thank you so much. That's my favorite. That's. I love you too. That's when I win. That's the best.
Oh, well. And when we both win, we undefeated in friendship and undefeated in this bowling time, okay? If you don't be sick, but if you do, you know I'll be here with you, okay?
Thank you, ma'am. I love you. You take care.
All right, thank you. I love you. Take care too. Talk to you later.
Absolutely.
Ladies, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Early-year-old teenagers in received a massive amount of backlash in their interview with Benjamin Netanyahu. Why? Thank you for coming on this. So now, tell us your report on Benjamin Netanyahu. Yes, Tim, so you're not my family.
There's a great book written about American Jews that's called Came White Folk. I can't remember the title of it, but the reality is that even included in Caucasian, it was just, they were like Jews, Syrians, blacks. Syrians really loomed large in the imagination of Americans before the 1950s. Even here in Miami Beach, you see a lot of rich covenants where people are not allowed to inbound. Of course. Anyway, it doesn't say like most women sit at home and knit and bake cookies or something. She says, well, and then it was time for me to go to work. Not like mommy was supporting their family. She was recording the crowd. Don't take the first thing that comes to your head. What is show Parnassa going out there and duking it out with all of your, Mrs. Cleaver kind of image of a woman. She is a tough woman who, when you read through it, you kind of. So this is already from a period of Proverbs. Who was right within that book. She was totally in charge of all of these from the fact that it's unexceptional, that it must be the norm. Involved in these kinds of things. a very pre-modern sense of this. I'm going to keep it just like that. She, we discussed a little bit of her education there. She literature that was circulating for women at the time. She cites widely from like the Sanorena, which was a Yiddish language digest of rabbinic literature that accompanied the weekly are these very beautiful liturgical creations designed pretty much exclusively for primarily women. Like if you look in an art store today, you'll see the prayer God of Abraham read on Saturday nights. That's an example of the Tefillah. These are typically short but uniquely heartfelt personal prayers, almost always written in the first person singular, and often associated with life, births, deaths, miscarriages, menopause, all kinds of fascinating things associated specifically with women's lives, and offered women a very profound spiritual outlet that is not present in the traditional rabbinic text of the Siddur. So she's quite often quoting Techinas and materials that come from Techinas. So you see that she's really, this is not literature that she's read once and put on the shelf. This is literature that she goes into every day in terms of her prayers for her own personal spiritual uplift. There are a couple of offhand passages in the book where she mentions how she was on her week, so they get the impression that one woman at least who was going to sit on the women's section and say the Shacharis prayer, which was fairly uncommon in the 17th century. In fact, many synagogues did not even have women's sections. It was just the synagogue was the boys' place. If they ever had to have a women would have the whole thing, but it was typically a men's. My wife calls it. So you're going to the men's club in the morning. All right, it's good. That kind of thing. She had a panoply of demonic and angelic beings that are present in the panoply. My daughter heard it. So anyway, let's go on. Okay, so the other thing that's really, so those are like my two takeaways from Wilco's book that say a lot about living as a woman in the 17th century. What about her bystander's perspective? Well, that's also fascinating. I'm just going to look at two that happened stage of Jewish events and give you a sense of how she was rising up Ukrainian peasants against this is a gathering of peasants, the so-called Cossacks or Cossacks, who were basically from Polish authority, and they were setting up these camps called Siege in the rapids region of the Dnipro River, and they went on a tremendously successful and bloody rampage against the authorities in Ukraine. This is not a place to go into large discussion of why this was, but suffice to say that Jews suffered tremendously. Jews were essentially the men between the Polish left and the Ukrainian peasants, and so when the Iranians ran amok to protest against the kind of exploitation that they suffered tremendously from, the Jews were a much more convenient and close by target than the Polish landlords who were living far away in Warsaw. Now, the Ukrainians the evil Lucas, of course, she's a very young child at this time, since she was born in 1646, but she describes how her family took in. She's living in central Germany, shows how far the movement had penetrated, and the fact that she talks about tens of refugees gives you a sense that died as a result of caring for some of these refugees. Affected by pogroms that occurred far away, and loses relatives as a result. It's a totally different connection, but my in a similar way, he grew up from the DP camps, because my grandparents took in people who were Holocaust survivors, and so my father grew up with kids his own age after the war, to the Islamist riot. Basically, there's this young man, well-liked, good-looking, a Kabbalist, highly intelligent, who appears to have developed some kind of bipolar disorder, some kind of manic sort of disorder. In his youth, he seems to be stable, but then, like with a lot of these mental illnesses, their onset to be in the early 20s. He begins to develop these mental tensions. It encourages these delusion mission that he's canceling certain fast days, things like that. And amazingly, he gets broken and Switzerland. They're so shattered by the events in Ukraine, they begin to believe that this is it. Finally, the machine experience is especially interesting. She becomes her father-in-law, Shabtai, and whenever a letter of Iranian, this way is a prayer book published. It says here at the top, Teretz Tzvi, here's the shot in the center here, here's all these angelic beings, and here's the Sanhedrin, and so on, The one thing I checked out was to see what all the Jews were put on clothes. They would go movable goods, dry goods, and he stored. So he actually made a physical commitment, like many Jews, selling their property and getting ready to make Israel. What ended up doing the Ottoman Sultan and said, "Here I am. I'm a Jewish Messiah. Give me Jerusalem, and I'm going to begin the era." The Sultan, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. Counteroffer. How about you become a Muslim and maintain their own existence? I get a lot of that in Russia, believe it or not. The Latvians have disappeared, but she described, we get a sense from the shop. The sources of stable stable like this. She says it's right. And every time the eagle has one of its chicks on its back, flying over the river, the seagull, its chick, until the last one is finally in the middle. Take care of me in your old age. Will you promise me? And the chick says, "Father, I promise you that I will take care of you in my old age. But what I can," that she's saying to her children, is, you may not be able to take what you develop. So it's very beautiful and engaging as a whole. And sort for those main elements of the great moral instruction. Just reading about life. How she persevered, that story in itself, that this is a woman with a real sense of purpose, a sense of destiny, and someone who with strength of character, tremendously for your audacious endurance, the fact that you lasted through I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Now making cold brew at home is easy than buying cold brew at another place. The #1 coffee destination in the U.S. for both hot and cold coffee drinkers. They've sourced the best bean top roasters across the U.S. Now a special cold brew collection. It makes it effortless to make your own that's both delicious and then an amazing value. They don't
I set a charge studying this week 7 days ago, maybe a little bit earlier when I was doing the Bar Kokhba research. I said, wow, this archive contains this kind of like leather sackcloth and from her marriage contract through custody disputes and property disputes involving all kinds of people of a woman in 2nd century Israel. So I did a lot of research over the last week. I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of things wrong, but for a popular first-time lecture, I think this is really an exciting thing because it's not something I never those of you who are watching that, if you really just want to get to the material about the Bata, I will try and put a little marker saying go to time marker X, favored, like spontaneous worship and all dance. Form of Judaism that in Poland in the 18th century. Contrast them with the opponents who favored a more stern, law-based, Talmudic approach to text. Any matter of Jewish law, something of prayer, that people should get a good night's sleep before they daven, more complicated that I'm giving over right now, but they did all these things. And one more piece of information, you should know that characteristics of Judaism is the respect for the name of course, it is one of the commandments, for example, and you take the name of the Lord in that with full intention and so on. You certainly don't want to fighting against the Nazis. They're like, and, all kinds of activities like that. And they spend their time fighting the Nazis, trying to disrupt their movements, and I heated discussion. Realizes he got a dead end. He turns around. He's looking at the kills of several Nazi. He realizes this is going to be the end of his life. So, Al Kiddush Hashem, bless me, Lord, the commandment of martyrdom. So with his full gathers his energy and he pronounces his blessing in Hebrew out loud. He finishes it with a great flourish. This is where you jump in. Okay, so thanks to a librarian at Zero College. This is Carol Shapiro. I wrote to her the morning after I learned about Bach. I said, "Oh my God." You have to give me all these articles on Bavanta, and they were like in really cool, written in Greek and Latin and all kinds of stuff like that. I'm grateful to Carol for finding all this stuff for me and giving it. Now this happened. You have to go up a 60-foot sheer cliff wall to get to the cave, and it housed quite a number of rebels of the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Romans for quite some time. Here you can see a deeply hospitable part of Israel. The Dead Sea happens to be the lowest point sea, which is heavily mineralized. And it was this cave complex, which extended for 300 meters, exactly how they died there, was intellectually buried in the cave. It's also important for any of the reasons except for her own. So this was likely her last resting place. It was one of the stars in an extremely useful documentary made by Nova. I'll put on the internet. I'll put a little. He has a bit of an affectation for Indiana Jones. You see, the leather jacket, the hat. Around. These treasures, really, it's an amazing thing. And when the archive was first discovered, generally in the 60s, they were using 1960s technology, which most of you probably remember. That was back when we were making fires, like rubbing sticks together, things like that. But, in the 90s, they had these places in the floor of that are like there, and there was no way to understand what's at the bottom. So he asked us, hey, could you use that thing to get into those? We get any kind of crevices. And sure enough, so he brought a GI doctor on this trip in the 1990s with one of these colonoscopies to look in the rubble, and they found things, so. Show you. May even come from a cave that was used well before the Bar Kokhba period, perhaps by Jews who had fled the destruction, some 6 years earlier of the temple, and there was this troll putting these ritual implements like incense burners, highly ritualized objects, very flat kind of hands and things like that, and he was arguing that possibly some of the material understand in the context of, the rebels, where we talk about things like that, we think of as traditional rabbinic Jews, and yet time they've got these kinds of events, which we would not normally associate, think that they have an intellectual allergy of an image, again, based on the Ten Commandments. So there's still a lot of questions was perhaps the world's greatest expert on this. Opines that this was an error for hygienic purposes, like back then before dry cleaning, archive particular. So 35 documents written in Greek and Aramaic are the most common. Those are the lingua franca. Of the times. And they describe, as I mentioned, basically the process legal history. When I read it, I was reminded that we have a type that has like all the passports and the kids' birth certificates and social security, and that's like that. This was a Semitic court for a good 400 years before Islam was developed until the year 106. And so I want to know how she adapted change in legal systems. Because she was, first she was born in now the Kingdom, and then it became part of Roman Arabia. So there's some interesting argument, maybe a dozen articles really spent a lot of time analyzing every single palaces that are built or carved right out of the cliff faces near Jordan, Jordanian border, and the city of Petra. If you ever visited there, you see this. Tabata, she was for middle class. She owned property in Petra itself, and also later in her life, she owned property in Getty. So she was landed. She had some sort of income. So it's fascinating because how many daughters there are, the sons inherit, the sons, they get their own. Tabata was the will does not mechanism that the traditional law and I certainly want to bequeath my massive wealth to them. You know, I want my daughters to share wealth with their brothers. So there are various legal to make sure that they get the wealth. Then they accept the way. But his name was, and for whatever reason, the archaeologists like to use Jesus, even though it's kind of like begging a question. She married him in earlier. By one before she was a widow, I believe. What was her birthday? Do you remember, Mr. Rodriguez? I think it was around 104. Another interesting aspect of the archive is that right away she gets into a custody dispute over her son Jesus. There were two men who this, the baby Jesus, was allowed to live with I enjoy it. But control the child support applications here. Once again, it's not entirely with traditional Jewish law. Right? In traditional Jewish law, to my knowledge, certainly the mother gets custody. It's not even through a trust managed by two other people. So this is again not only with Jewish law, but we see that even though she was illiterate, you know, what do you expect? There's going to be loaves and fish and all that. But that's going to happen. No, I'll talk about it now. Where is she taking them to court?
Carolyn is a 22-year-old female.
Well, it should be a big deal, right?
In Rhode Island.
She took it to, well, at this time it would be the Roman court, but she took it to the non-Jewish courts. And that's also really surprising because in Jewish law, that's considered like really over the line. You know, we have a perfectly good legal system. We have a system of justice with judges and, plaintiffs, defendants, rules of evidence, all kinds of stuff like that. What are you doing bringing it to the non-Jewish courts? It's considered like kind of a betrayal of Jewish values to take it to a secular court. That said, we do it all the time. But let me take Fred's question. Now we'll come back to this point. There's plenty of benefits to Jews, yeah, definitely. They're referred to as Jews in various contexts. There are some non-Jewish players. Possibility that one of the guardians was a non-Jew, for example. No question referred to as Jewish. The name Mabatha is a little unusual. That TH sound, which you don't normally find in Hebrew. In ancient Hebrew, the letter Saf was pronounced that way, so it's not so crazy. But they're definitely Jewish people. And they're definitely, look, they're hanging out with our I have a lot of sort of like unformed.
Died of cancer early on.
Definitely Jewish law, faith, religious texts that say, don't take all of your dirty laundry and air it out in the street. Or as they say in Yiddish, it would be a shanda for Victoria. It would be an embarrassment in front of a non-Jew to say that. The word Goya here not used in a derogatory at all. It would be a shanda for the Goya. Jewish problems, if you're suing your synagogue, for example, you don't want to do that in a secular court. You want to do it in a Beit Din. But the problem is, if you are synagogue, I'm thinking in particular for the notorious library case cited in favor of the Rabbbi movement and the Rabbis, and then, all those. And Mabatha also so as well. Okay, so we'll come back to this a little later. The story goes on now. So Mabatha, you'll recall, she married Jesus, had a baby Jesus, and then Jesus died, and so another at the same time so he had apparently living in Makoda, and $300 denarii in order for him to marry on his daughter. needed to have a certain amount of funds to give his daughter, the most reticent and retiring woman that she is, she seized her husband's date orchards, 3 of them. That her co-wife, co-widow, last document we have in the Babata archive is a summons. It's not right for you to steal, to take the orchard just because my husband borrowed some money for you. That document is dated 2, which is right at the beginning of the Bar Kokhba revolt. So it's at this point Babata had a daughter who was getting married. So that would make him probably, if she is, she's maybe 27 at the time she's married, she's 104, 21, right? So she's 21, and let's say she's 41. So the argument from the back is that maybe those Capitropos were actually custodians. Both her and the baby Jesus. I don't know if I'm going to see what the baby Jesus over and over again. It's true, but I don't know. That's an they are 12 and a day, a girl with an adult. Well, that would be another indication. Yes. So let me summarize that with a microphone. Clearly don't have the same level of legal Jewish or in classical Roman legislation. We could have an interesting different standard. No, it would be appropriate to try and, retroactively project our values onto the sex entry. However, there's a bigger question, which I've been for the end of the lecture, but I'll give you a little bit of the right now. The real question is, what happens with Judaism? Like, when you go to Sunday school and you see the ancient world, you have these heroic rabbis who have, this exactly the same as the way the documents don't say she's a heretic because she went to the secular course. So, one more detail that Hannah Cotton in particular points out, our most reliable early texts of rabbinic, much more solid than so in other words, Babata's archive the serious doctrines of rabbinic Judaism by 7 years. So we know more about the ancient world from Babata have the first marriage, the custody battle, the second marriage, the battle over the property detail. This man's Torah was on one kind of crack. It was a little bit anyways, and he found himself in another large opening, and he picked up his flashlight, and it turned out he was in a room filled with human bones. In the it was considered a simcha, and you would take the bones of your ancestor and you would come to a crypt where you put them in, like, stone boxes that come 2.5, 3 years old, and we're visiting Jason's tomb, which is in Rabbbi and your Shalom Street. It's like a hillside, and there's houses all around, but there's bars on the outside. If you look into the bars, you can see the crypt. You can see all the holes in the wall where people put their bones from the Hellenistic period. And as we're looking at ours, Raphael walks stars into the crypt, and the 3-year-old daughter in there, wandering around the hole and stuff like that, and we could not get in. The bars were locked and everything, so I kept her out with us. Because of how long they might have been there. And then their plan was that they would later do their final resting place. Several female skeletons. According to General Yadin, again, the first, there's a lot of nationalistic excitement and a lot of Zionist energy and things like that. And of course, it makes sense that sure, she would want to go make the last stand with Bar Kokhler. It's Jewish. One of the other second husband's wife's daughter, Shlomo. Now, what Freud argues is that perhaps in the context of that last summon even read, and when the war broke out, days, like a woman's legal surety in marriage. If the is dissolved for any reason, that's her document. Are after wedding. And figure, put mine in there with Dr. Freud's thesis is that she was, living her own upper middle class life with all of its legal drama, things like this fine. Because it means a lot of. I mentioned earlier how observations that about inheritance law. She was not able to control all of the assets related to her son, but she did have sufficient regard by a whole team of lawyers who put in documents in various languages. By the way, there are multiples of some of these documents because she ought to have their rights upheld. We see this unusual, the role of the Trump boy, which in contrast to Jewish that her illiterate not her back from getting the things. That may be something that's more. Again, recall as we discussed including Pharisaic Judaism, which has become normative rabbinic Judaism, Sadducean Judaism, which is Judaism. For Botha's lifetime. And they're all sort of like intellectually competing for the minds of youth. So one way of understanding this is to make it more affordable, more adaptable to diaspora needs and things like that. And in place, without denying the reality, like content and activities. Like for example, you can still use a modern term. Orthodox Judaism is the quote-unquote authentic Judaism. Are not necessarily so inclined to be compliant with the rabbinic authorities, which is certainly nothing new in Jewish history. Jews not listening to rabbis, you just got to read the Bible for lots of evidence of that kind of thing. So I would like to tender that these documents indicate, once again, an illustration of my father, Henri always used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. That in the 2nd century, we should not have this idea that everybody is walking around with a big black fedora, with a gartel and all things like that. Jews in the 2nd century are also quite diverse in their approach to religiosity. And although we have this strong tradition of rabbinic Judaism that certainly survived that period, it may have, as the rabbis say, predated all the way to Sinai. And just that Jews are not necessarily paying attention to it a bit in the Babak house. So that's the there are a lot of crazy people out there. You don't know what I don't include so if you are one of those crazy people, I'm going to tell you right now is that if you're right, ad hominem attacks, if you use profanity, whatever you want, you can say it in a slightly nasty way. I won't feel you're not among the crazy people. Please write something nice to counterbalance some of the nasty things you say. And I would really appreciate it if you share these videos with your friends. I think it would be fantastic. If we could spread, more knowledge of please like, comment, and have an excellent week. Why'd you say our Hamas? Report what Israel says. You are Hamas. You become Hamas. So, I mean, the nation of a group of people is here we go. This. All right. When I was putting together the series for this term, I tried very hard to include as many women as possible. Gloria wants to talk about you run out of, well name women very fast, simply because more research was Salome. I'm not sure it's where the plot began, and do my best to try and steer myself away from the shoals of titillating references in the context of who was Salome, and why are we talking about it? So, first of all, she was a Jewish woman, but otherwise her connections to Jewish history, she did not, contribute to Jewish the Jewish leader, like she actually has a tiny bit part in Jewish history, and in fact, we have Josephus, who's a little bit problematic. There are some really good reasons to talk. One is the fact that she was speaking about Herod's rule. I would like to definitely dedicate why we can justify the discussion of Solomon in this series of Jewish biographies, and with our let's go straight to the material. So, who is this woman? So basically, I'm going to give you the actual narrative from the ancient world, but she has been tremendous, and in modern opera, a play version by Oscar Wilde, had about 9 wives and 16 children, many of whom he named Herod. This is Herod, his son, and he's at a drunken with his friends, and he convinces his stepdaughter, his guest. Relevant, yeah. It was illegal form this opera, this play, I'm sorry, so he wrote it in French original, and it made quite a sensation. But as we discuss further on in tonight's lecture, it was an example of using the Salome story for his own personal agenda. And then we have another reference in Josephus. Josephus, the major Jewish historian of the first century, you will recall perhaps from our lecture last year that he was a Jewish general. He defected to the Roman side, and then he wrote an incredibly detailed account of his war in the decade of the first century, and then, was very well read, and Romans read it, he accolades, and then he went on to write a massive 20-volume Jewish Antiquities, which is basically the history of Jews of all time. And these were documents that were produced for a Roman imperial audience, so not necessarily the most authoritative versions of Jewish history that we would like to read, but nevertheless, he has a version of the Salome story there. She is named in that story. She's not named in the Gospel, so there's no reason to suspect that did not actually happen. But here's the version that Dr. Jordan prepared for us based on the Gospels. Herod the Tetrarch refers to the three sons of Herod that ruled the principle of Judea in the first century. After he died, he divided up into three. Tetra is three, right? Four. Thank you. And ark means like leader, archos, right? Democracy. Ordered the arrest of John the Baptist was angry. So Herod is angry with John the Baptist. Herodias was the former wife of Philip, Herod's brother, family, which was Edomites, but that's already famous among the Jews, and they have a pagan place that we know as. Anyway, so, right, Herodias, the wife, had married Philip, the son of Herod. She left him and married Herod, the son of Herod, and John the Baptist, criticized her. First, Herod wanted to kill John, but he hesitated, right, which is, this is of course a Christian document that we're reading now. The popularity of John is later. Herod came to hold John in awe. He did not understand all the Baptist's prophetic utterances, but he He enjoyed listening to him and came to regard him as a good and upright. He protected him, letting him live despite his wife's loathing and her continued desire to have him killed. For her to fulfill her desire at Herod's birthday banquet, which his courtiers, military commanders, and various elite male members of society attended. Right? So let's get the scene right. The husband, Herod, he has imprisoned John the Baptist at his wife's giving her a hassle about her wedding. Idea. How about this? My husband, Herod, is going to have her. I happen to have Herodias, a beautiful young brother. So this would be Herod's niece. Herodias' daughter, former husband, danced before the company, and so delighted Herod that he swore to give her even half his realm. And so she essentially prostituted him to give up anything he wanted, because she knew her husband and that he would make some kind of sweeping statement in front of all his friends, and then it would be very difficult for him to retract. After talking to her mother, the asked for John the Baptist's head on a dish. It was all planned, and once she had achieved this secure promise from her father, she went back, or she went to her mother. I said, great. Asking for the head of the banquet with the head on a dish, and gave it to the and buried it. So the theme of this young, beautiful depiction of the young, beautiful girl and the decapitated John the Baptist. Here's one from the 16th century, and here you see a piece of monumental architecture. Lots of these. This is the art just loving. Salome's death, which perhaps I might as well mention, which would mean that she's probably in her 40s by this time. She was traveling to Gaul, but she was on a pond. She fell in water, and as she was into the water, her head hit the edge of, and she was decapitated. And I lied so now to take it a the wild at all, but had a very powerful impact. He, May, and John the Baptist. She is like, she's confused and she wants him, but she doesn't. And so then Marshall decapitated. I could not makes a lot more sense, and so on. So the fascinating story that gripped the imagination. The modern versions of the Salome story in song and writing. If you have to look at the Wikipedia article, 30 versions of Salome in modern culture in the 20th and 21st century. So it's definitely an enduring kind of method in the Jewish history class, right? She's Jewish, but where's the Jewish part to it? A little bit background. Essentially manage these hugely different cultures and political systems, relatively little effort on it from time to time. But really, yes. Civilization was in government through co-opting the elite of society. So Herod, imagination is the worst possible thing human. This is definitely not going to make it on, the Jewish President of the Year, who's murdering his relatives left and right, and doing all kinds of cold built the Temple Mount again. More things. Don't want to think about who built it. It's just not on the agenda because they're embarrassed by, his other activities. He definitely. The Holy of Holies, which is a hugely offensive thing. It's essentially a symbol of the hated Roman occupation. It's hugely difficult things to construct. Incredible examples of ancient architecture. Various cities were built by Herod. Ports, aqueducts, all of the Romans were good at. That's what he was doing in Israel. Concluded that grandiose benefits. Thank you. Doing good things, right? Good things for the whole population. They're not at all motivated by religious sensibilities. And in fact, in northern Israel, he was also constructing beautiful idols.
Is happening. The way to create that
for generously reducing the tax burden by 1/3, but otherwise it was. If you look at Tanakh, you'll see that they relate to a tax revolt. The North was saying, we are spending way too much money on taxes for Solomon. He built the tax. And when Solomon followed practices and taxes like this, or you can step a bit. The terrible decision to say, no, I'm going to make it even harder for you. And as a result of that, the North revolted and they created a separate country.
That's a good idea.
Yes. Interesting. Very true. The parallel to Ruth. The parallel also, I would think, to, right? A parallel also we connected them to. That's a story where there's a Jewish woman, Syrians, I think. She's selling lots of dairy products, right? And the Yehudis in Total Fairness is a similar storyization. John the Baptist is Baptist. is basically taken from the mikvah, right, which is a bowl, any ocean or lake, things like that, or a collected body of rainwater, for example. It symbolizes a transformation, a cleansing, and one status, one comes out another status. One goes in ritually impure, one comes out ritually pure. Potential convert, one comes out as pure. These kinds of things. John the Baptist was promoting, in particular, the use of the mikvah. He was, one of the early mikvah ladies of his day. He was going to be the herald of the Messiah. Meaning he was going to be the one who would let everybody know that Mashiach was here. In Christian tradition, was an with Zodiac. He, like the early and the Pharisees, were and that is definitely not kosher practice. This is not the tzniut, the modesty, the way people do framework and trajectory are openly criticizing authority and saying, this is not what God wants from us, this is not what the Torah demands of us, and they're like, there is a growing degree of primarily repentance at this time from their traditional leadership, local preachers, be they these early Christians who are basically Jews who are simply promoting Jesus, people as do-gooders, holier than the Herod, the Sadducees, and these messianic to not only Jewish sectarians, but also to ultimately open revolt against the Romans in the years. Groundwork is. Portrayed somewhat dim-witted, of having no real. And in fact, when she goes to ask Herod to have the way that she's understood in much of the medieval literature of Judaism. Usually there's, and actually in this image they cut it out from the middle, but there is like a crucifix in the middle and Jesus on a cross, and his hand is over the right side. A four-headed beast called a tetramorph, which is like a symbol of authority. It alludes to several passages in the book of Ezekiel. She's got the upright staff with her flag unfurled, blowing in the wind, holding on to the holy grail, the chalice here. Forward, and everything conveys a message of like authority, regality, better word, regality, regalness maybe, like being Caleb, but there's a hand descending from heaven, crowned with the church's rule, right? She's actually smaller, the church physically, the crown that she used to wear is knocked from her head, indicating the loss of favor from God. Her staff, which indicates her power, is broken. She's no longer in charge. The synagogue is in disfavor. And once again, to contrast with the crown coming from heaven, there is a sword descending from heaven and pierced to really get the point across. So it seems that he's out of favor. Now, what is this bit here?
Price when you go to kickoff.com/jam. Kickoff without the C. Yet
There's actually flesh on the bone. It's holding it by the horn, which is very significant.
And they're much happy than they were like 15 years ago. Young people aren't as happy. And people are wondering why that.
The contrast is the chalice. You receiving the blood of Palm Beach. For 1 year, they decided to do the actual round head, where she had the Pesach. So she had it in the sink before Pesach, and her 3-year-old came and saw it. And went there and said, "Huh? There's a dinosaur in the So chalice represents like spirituality, represents like, it's intoxicating, it's something that is like takes you to a higher spiritual sphere, things like that. The ram's head represents carnality, represents physicality. And it is correct that the artist here is alluding to the ram, the sacrifice of Abraham, but it is taken in a negative sense. That the church is ethereal, the church is spiritual, the church is above us. The Jews are still stuck on sacrifices. They want blood, they want meat, right? carnal, carnate meat. They want these kind of concept of carnal industrial becomes very significant through many of the Salome stories that excessively focus on the physical as opposed to the spiritual, translated primarily through the image of female as well in the ecclesial synagogue, is seen as God is always blindfolded, cannot see the truth, cannot see what's going on. This is actually more generic representation of all Jews as embodied in this female figure of the And it's important to note that work is especially important because we're dealing with several hundred years of virtually complete to understand, if they come to church and say, well, I don't understand, it's really important to have this kind of monumental architecture prominently, a lot of cathedrals and illuminated manuscripts. We should recall, you're absolutely right, that the overwhelming scratch something or a piece of wood, maybe, who has time to paint, who has any skill in anything. You come to the larger, the big city, and you see these cathedrals, stained glass art, it's overwhelming. So, like, instant education. Hey, by the way, this is an actual does not even figure in the Jewish sources that I mentioned. And she's basically invisible in history, except perhaps one of the most well-read Jewish books, and that Bible, and specifically in this, I'm talking about the Christian Bible, which does have with illicit sexual promiscuity and so on, and of course with bloodthirstiness and the eventual decapitation of this. So she is an outlier for most of the topics that we'll be discussing in this series. We're going to speak about a fascinating individual who led a revolt against the Romans in the 2nd century, and was thought by many, including Rabbi Akiva, to actually be the Mashiach. It turned out that he wasn't, but I think we'll have a lot to say in more conventional Jewish terms next week. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week. So, the people at the college admissions office
Brett is an A- student. He's pretty fucking good. Okay? He's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone. So goes to Northwest, and he plays baseball. Okay? And his father's dead. Okay?
Yeah, let's get them out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? Aliza Abrams will be collecting. By the way, if I get your email and I put you on the blog, you'll be able to pass over cleaning. As you know, a holiday is a tremendous work as we cleanse our houses of all leavened products, which on a symbolic level is understood to refer to, our sense of arrogance and humility. And so that's why people, especially in the holy city of Jerusalem, tend to go really over the cliff when to the jackets and filters in their water. Amazing painting. So this actually happened to a friend of mine. I hope I didn't tell you last week. He lives in Neve Yaakov, which is until next year. Tonight's topic is Henrietta Zoll. A fascinating topic. Life's career just begins to take us into the 20th century, where we'll look at fascinating people. So send me your suggestions. We'd like to look at was one of those people. Her life follows a very interesting trajectory in that first 4 decades of life. Even though she has phenomenal talents, which are exploited mercilessly by people around her, she should know better in the Jewish event. She's consistently underpaid and undervalued, underutilized. But then all of a sudden, in her late 40s, she has a personal which ironically transforms her activist extraordinaire that creates organizations in Israel and in America, most notably the Hadassah Women's Organization in this country, and also saving we'll spend a little bit of time talking about the crisis that changed her soul and her to transmit her values and her energy as a whole. In 1945, she is a child of, she was a, talk about a little bit, why was so great? Okay, I mentioned Hadassah, things like that, but she is an American Jewish leader. First made her mark primarily in scholarship, primarily behind the scenes. She was quite talented. The preface, and if one person, I forget what her name is, but she says, I only translated the first part of the first volume, and everything else of the others were translated by other hands, and they go unnamed. So clearly this is a reference to Henry, who's, she just does not get the credit. She after this personal crisis to found Hadassah, and traditionalist. The congregation that he came to was known most Sabbath observant synagogue in Baltimore in Hebrew. He and his wife had 8 daughters. Henrietta was the oldest of them, and she felt born migration that occurred in the 1840s. And it peaked into the 1850s. Find a suitable mate. Talk about the shidduch crisis today. We normally don't worry so much about whether or not you're born between waves. I'll probably edit that out when I get back to the editing table. But but this was something that affected her deeply. She did have education. She had school in Hebraic courses. She translated several of them to English. and she was also well trained in secular studies. There was a modern typically he was a traditionalist rabbi, being Shomer Shabbos. He was to be a doctor later in her life. She took public was readily accepted to the Jewish Theological Seminary on the condition that she signed a document indicating she would not apply for rabbinic ordination. For rabbinic organization, ordination, which it's a high holidays, and many synagogues a ticket to get a seat, and they have a guy at the door who will take your ticket to make sure that you have paid the due to be with the congregation. Goldstein goes up to the gabbai at the door and he says, I have to go in. And the gabbai says, what ticket? He says, I don't have a ticket. He says, well, I'm sorry, you can't go in. He says, but first of all, she was called with the poverty, with the sheer nation that the very arbitrary administrative anti-Semitic on Jewish trade, concentrations and where they can live, ban of 1881 to 1884, firsthand as a young late 19th century in Europe. Called with the status of women's education in Jewish Europe. She prayed at the Altnoy Shul of Prague, which is, of course, a major pilgrimage site of Jews associated with the great Maharal, Rabbi Lohrag, and she was amazed with how cramped and American and really second-class women's section was. So she felt that women's causes clearly needed to be championed, even within a very traditional viewpoint, and they simply would have languished in these. The motivation towards benefiting the Jewish people as a whole, particularly the impoverished masses, and secondly, benefiting Jewish women, were really the two lodestars of her thought, or the two northern stars. But together they have the northern star of her thought. The Jewish people, Jewish women in particular, matter for choice later in life. One particular stands out. You know, says that it's appropriate for a woman to pronounce Kaddish publicly in front of a group spectrum as a whole. There's a feeling that, well, why should said, and women will say the Kaddish on the other side of the Mechitza or something. Her father died. There were several well-wishers to say Kaddish on her behalf for her father, and she politely responsibility for her father's Kaddish. I might add, kind of as like a side point, you know, I think I have kind of an interest in the history of Jewish. Let me for example, called Deborah, Sarah, and me. Deborah gives an artful description of how she felt when some rabbi told her, sorry, you're not allowed to say Kaddish because you're a woman. And it's a very caustic and dangerous thing to say. I know. So she had no brothers, 7 sisters. So anyways, this was a turning point in her life in terms of getting her to dedicate herself entirely to the Jewish people. And initially, as far as scholarship and to know women, it's an organization of women dedicated to Zionist causes. There is a whole range of projects that they take on. American As a result of the feminist revolution, which has an entire sector of our workforce of labor are gone. Judith.
Stealing the food. In this
Watch out. We have a dissertation on this?
by the way, at all. Actually done nothing wrong. It's all been trust Israel. Only people that are Gaza, they're not letting journalists in. What they just say are Hamas. So if you report anything what Israel says, you are Hamas. So, I mean,
is that you had feminization
I just,
many of the
the starvation, the photos of the starving, number that is country.
leadership.
When I asked why we're funding it, why we're starving
That's
people,
fascinating. Yeah, so we need more money, not necessarily.
Medical treatment
of a group of
can be
people
needed, particularly during childbirth. There was
halfway across the world, or all the way
quite
across the
incident
world,
of mother
they're called anti-Semitic. And this is nuts. Fine, get a photo of Randy Fine. Now, this is the
Don't
guy
forget she
who
was a
literally
science
said
teacher.
starve
So
away.
she had a wife. That's it.
Randy Fine, genius.
Any research on that, so I don't know. I would assume that they probably have. That's
This
just one of those
guy
things.
is out there
My
telling
father was a brilliant rabbi.
to
He spent a lot of
starve.
time. I mean, God, wouldn't you expect to be similarly brilliant, right? Okay, let's go on to the Jewish Publication Society. This is an extremely significant and influential institution that distributed, that translated and distributed so many works. The Tanakh was great publications in the 17th century. The Jewish King James, as it were, went through several editions. All kinds of really important scholars were associated with the JPS. She started out as a volunteer, and she had a significant literary background. People in the institution were earning, and her requests for raises were regularly refused, even though she was a tremendous overachiever. So this, nevertheless, she was underpaid per hour, which is, and once again, this is for the better know, 77 cents on the dollar in 2012.
Humanitarian crisis.
came a little bit. Okay, so maybe, right? Okay, there you go, 5%. But women, you gotta really that was completely chased.
Even the starving children in Gaza want to say, where's the clip? Let's play a little
Next
bit
to
of
him,
Candace
she
responding
confided
to
in her
this.
journal. All other men
Lawsuit from
seem to me like sawdust,
and Emmanuel.
vest, and trousers. I am a dependent with a keen emotional nature,
By the way, I wish my father
I
said it
think
to me
a
if I
feminine
get bored
woman,
in my
not
life.
intellectual abstraction. A woman with red blood running in. Here's the author of the collected unpublished diary. This is Bela Rothschild writing. Attention from Ginsburg became at each physical concept. However, innocent. A veil he once nodded to prevent her rose. I could not see, and the pain in my heart drew me out at 8 o'clock in the evening, and I raced around Morningside Park screaming at the top of my voice whenever the of this really what turned her around. Specifically, when Israel is desperately struggling to even clear the proverbial malaria infection. Dizengoff Street up from a dirt road to the major, she is her experience there. She sees the desperate poverty of the Jews who had made Aliyah, many of whom the Chibas who had attempted to transplant their religious settlement into regions like and we're very unfamiliar with farming, particularly in Middle East. Just organizational and beginning of the 20th century, she was a home America at the time. Unlike many of the Zionist Organization of America, yes, Aaron.
What I thought was convenient, but then I found trading was easy, plus it tastes way better.
That's an excellent question. I don't offhand know the answer, but I would guess it's more than Northeast because that's where the youth Aliyah movement, because in 1930, although Hitler had not yet become chancellor, that would happen in January 1933. It was very clear that the anti-Semitic tenor of specifically target teenagers to encourage them to be successful. By 1943, they had 30-year-old heroine Holocaust in Hungary to fight the Nazis in the resistance. She was a typical example of these young. She also had a very strong political sensibility, and in this regard, she was walking on a different path than many of the Jews at the time. She formed a party called Ichud, which means like unity, and it was an unusual kind of name for a party. She believed early on in a two-solution. She argued that, and again, this is in paper. When there's a lot of conflict between Arabs and everyone, all or national territory, and that's it. Saying that the Jews may live within a tree, but there will be no Jewish state in Palestine. And she believed there would be a two-state solution. The American thinking of, there's several great global tradition. Had perhaps an unfulfilled personal romantic life. on behalf of Zionism through Hadassah, her work in the Youth Aliyah, her work in Detroit.
All of these things need to happen in a free society. And you don't have neo-Nazis running around, and you don't have trying to create a war that there's that it can't have, and you're in the dark, and then the space in which all that information and good space for dialogue and that's the only way to have certain ideas you shouldn't be afraid of people who tell you that the real thing is renting, or the real thing is like, you know, it's incredibly popular. I believe the idea of like a live and let live society where you're not socially engineering people is very rare in America. From the people that I talk to, the engineer. That's obvious. I'm like a psycho radical. So I was doing comedy. I love comedy. We had a goal and we're all doing it. We kind of understood that part of it's, but there's a lot of people that because down the train. Starting apologies. And when people that like the Epstein files don't exist, or that you know, questioning Israel makes it anti-Semitic, or that they over there, and there's no money to for Michigan, and fuck you. And when Mark Andreessen comes out and said, well, you do need to figure out a way here. They've been here from their roots in the community. They're doing it. I think all of that is going to make the swing again. To where no one cares and everybody's coming in. Why is everything so fucked? And it's not one route. We should be going after billionaires. Where's the E-Verify shit? Why aren't we going after people that employ illegal immigrants? Is it because they're all Trump's friends? Why are we going after the guys like Steve Wynn and all these hotel magnates that employ all these people and choose not to pay American wages? Why are we doing that? So this is what drives people insane, and it drives them crazy to the left, to the right, wherever. You know, why am I watching some guy show up at graduation, but there's a billionaire on a private jet who employs illegal immigrants who's not being arrested or detained or questioned. Why is that happening? This is what drives people insane. And then they go on the internet and they get radicalized. So if you guys, it's not about banning things and burning books, and the right wing does it too, although some of the books are a little crazy. But a kidder in a book and the right runs and bans it because they're afraid their kids are going to become gay. You know, I understand when you're in fourth grade, when you're in high school, you handle a book with a gay character. But some of the books are like, you know, I don't know, some of them are a little crazy. Like, I looked at some of the books, like, I've looked at them up, and I'm like, wait a minute. Why are we doing this? You know what I mean? Like, some of the books are like, it's like Charlotte's Web, but it's if you want the recipe for radicalization, which is seemingly what everybody's looking for right now, they go, what is the recipe for radicalization? Why are certain people off the deep end? Why do people believe the world is flat when its space is completely fake? Why do some people believe Tom Hanks is a clone? You know, it's because the lies have gotten so verbose, and people are now starting to go, wait a minute, what is real? What the hell's going on? So you can't make an entire population poor, poison their food, stress them out to the point where their anxiety ridden. It can be hard to talk about not being able to be hard, to get hard. But HIMSS is here to make things much easier. Their whole online process connects you with a personalized ED treatment from the comfort of home. Through HIMSS, you can access personalized prescriptions for ED like heart mints or sex RX. Plus, support with hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers. HIMSS can help you find the best deal if it's appropriate. Just fill out an intake form on their site and connect with a medical professional. Price will depend on product and subscription plan. Feature products include compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve. Website should tell restrictions and point safety information. So many people credit, their lives are terrible. You want to be one of them? Wake the fuck up. Make your life better. Did you know that over 1/3 of Americans, roughly 36%, have below average credit scores? Which can make more borrow. I didn't have credit for 10 years. It was complete shit. I spent years of my life getting out of banks and off car lots. Do you want that? Having bad credit means your life is a big pile of shit. And that's what mine was for a decade. I had a horrible life. So I didn't helps you score big when it comes to credit. It's simple. You make on-time payment, credit bureaus see good behavior, and your credit gets. I know I'm being hyperbolic. Reality is, if you have credit in this country, you're fucked. I just went through this with a friend of mine. It's so hard. You gotta repair your credit. IKOF Also, if you take off, offer applies to new K-pop customers first month. Only subject to approval, offer subject to change. Average first year during the period. Late payments may negatively impact your credit score. Individual results may vary. People in countries are unhappy And they're much less happy than they were like 15 years ago. Young people aren't as happy. And people are wondering why that is. And why are young people not as happy as they were? Is it technology? Is it social media? Here we are, young people in the West becoming unhappier. People are unhappy, and some people go, well, it's because now there are terms for mental health, and we're talking more about mental health. And in my comedy special, I talk a little bit about that yes, people are more conscious of their mental health now than they've ever been in the past. And some of that's good, some of that seems a little, it's a little suspect. There's a lot of people cynically using their mental health. Here we go. Average happiness of young people is on the decline across the West. The shift has driven the U.S. out of the top 20 happiest countries overall for the first time since reporting began. Lithuania took the top spot for young people while its under 30 population rating. Lithuania took the top spot for young. The happiest people are in Lithuania, by the way. Okay, is that young people now are looking at the world and going, is the country going with is the country going to exist? Internal forces pulling the country apart. Are those people that young report about the younger under 30 in the United Canada is like live under 30? Number one, Lithuania. Number two, Israel. Like, everyone's around now going, how do we prevent people from being radicalized and going? Will I afford a house? Is there a job for me? And there isn't. Not nearly. Do I have what kind of job am I going to get? Nothing. Do you know give you a name? Let's give you a name. Your name, I'm going to give you a male and a woman. Sorry, non-binaries. I'm just going to do a male and a woman right now, okay? The male's name is Carolyn is a 22-year-old female, okay? This is what happens to Carolyn and Brent. Carolyn went to NYU. She's a smarty pants. She's smart. Carolyn grew up in Rhode Island. To motivational speeches from that bitch you found in Bumblebee, fucking whatever Wolf Herd and these other people. She's a badass financial her. She won. And her dad calls from Rhode Island and she goes to NYC. French guy, he doesn't really love her and it's whatever. Carolyn, okay? Carolyn, okay? Brett grew up in a suburb outside of Chicago. It's very difficult. 17 years old. He's right on the left. He's going to be emancipated. He doesn't need a pen, okay? Now, he doesn't go, I found my father's body in the garage, and half of his head was gone. Okay? He's on the baseball team. He's not the star, but he's on it. And he writes an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball. It takes my mind off the time I found my father's body in the garage with half of his face gone. So Brett goes to Northwestern, pretty good school, and he plays baseball. Okay? And his father's dead. Okay? Carolyn's in the Stern School of Business. She wants women in Afghanistan to learn about, Bitcoin. Brett's at Northwestern, trying to get over the trauma of his father, who was sacrificed on the altar of globalization, and Reagan letting all the mental hospitals out, and no health care and whatever, okay? His father was also abusing pharmaceutical drugs and whatever. It just is what it is. He was also a drunk. So Brett's at Northwestern, and Carolyn's in NYU. Now, Caroline and Brett never should have met, but Brett was traveling to New York City to see a friend he grew up with. A much less reputable school. In fact, it's a piece of shit where retards go. And Brett knew a lot of retards growing up in his town. So he goes to visit his buddy. It's called orange juice called June. Thank you. It's a Jack, and he's going to graduate next year too. Fred, of course, has made himself. Okay. Caroline is outside and has been, but everyone's smoking. It looks cool outside, and they start chatting. Where you think one thing leads to the next. Okay. They end up going home together and hooking up. This is very rare. Brett's not a Casanova. It doesn't happen all the time. Neither is Carol. Okay? And Carolyn and him start our dynamics a little off. But he goes with it because he doesn't really have a family. His father's head was all over the garage. Like a good guy. I just love him. You know, he uprooted his whole life. Then one day, Carolyn is having dinner on the Upper West Side. The French guy that she was in love with 2 years prior. There's not that many people left. Everybody. This guy. Caroline managed to file away back in the garage. You know what I mean? Pretty sick of the shot. It's that show, and he goes, well, they go, just walk with you. And she goes, okay. And they chat. She doesn't mention that she's seeing anyone friend who has no talent. Has rented a gallery in Soho, and she's inflicting a mediocre art on people. Let's all go down there and see what that's about. And she, living downtown, sees no reason not to attend a very public art gallery show in Soho. Transcend the circumstances of living in an Afghan cave. Soho, with a very wealthy friend on, all the while her simple, pure Midwestern the beautiful boy, full life that they have together, okay? She decides, the gallery opening to come to lunch. And then she eventually has to tell Jack, listen, I'm actually in a relationship. I don't know what else going on. But here's the reality. You're graduating school next year. We thought you loved me. Meant to be together. We're meant to get married in my family's vineyard in the south of France. You know it and I know it. So what are we doing here? And she walks home. I just feel like there's too many things here that will just never work. I think we want different minds, you know? You mentioned that you love the Midwest. It's not about food. It's about the fact that I met a guy and I'm in love. The anger translates into a high appeal to death row. He knows me to be sad and nothing. And he can't compete with this guy, this fairy tale French rich guy. He's been in love with forever because he's the type of life that bread can't. So one day he's an Antifa, the next day he's an Antifa. Full of hatred. Nothing makes sense. I don't know what this has to do with anything really economically. We're going to say more about the economy than it actually did. But my point is this: we've been back.
They also had gymnastics,
Sure.
and it was really quite successful. Attracted a lot of students.
A client of Morgan had recently been awarded news from slipping on ice outside of a Panera Bread with a company's fault. The client was working as a DoorDash driver when she slipped and fell on an icy walkway. Outside the Panera in Fort Wayne, Indiana, she broke her left elbow, which led settlement over $25,000. Morgan It's easy to get started, and they're free, and their fee is free unless you have else working out.
Carried around, and she would sell these vouchers.
But it's not described as happening. And I'll don't have great jobs, and they're moving to these natural goods. What is an agency? What do we owe each other?
But after I die, I will leave all the
Bunch is too funny. Hillary Clinton, anger and heavy triggers and happiness. She was also very happy. But that's okay. Or maybe like right. I forgot to charge my phone. I'm in the Gaza Strip. this was happening. Did you know? That's why when you think about it, it's okay to kill us, even put us, and you might not know this. Many Arabs, they actually enjoy killing. The Quran says they will go to heaven, so that no, I can't. Coach, I never can't. You're just. I guess I just unfortunate. I want to talk about a few things. Netanyahu. Press opinions like that. Take a look here at Netanyahu. Because, by the way, saying something I said on Are You Garbage months ago, but whatever. I am a human. But our civilization does really deserve to be destroyed. Like, that is the first ever a civilization that deserves to happen. Don't want it to happen. But just statistically, is it committing a genocide? Truly. I mean, I don't think anyone's even denying. They're from the people. And they're like, Hamas is stealing the food. The whole thing is Israel has no culpa. Country in the world. Okay? Nobody is fatter than us. We are now funding the starvation of a group of people he said something like release the hostages and not release them. Randy, get a fat picture of my producer. Go get a picture when he was in a photo of me when I was 8. Dead, by the way. Randy Fine, look how fat Randy Fine is. Randy Fine literally telling the gobbler fluff. psychopaths in the Israeli government. And fine has basically, I believe, said if you look up, starve away. Tell your fellow Muslim terrorist to release the hostages. It's fighting 100%. I don't know why that's even controversial at this point. The people is insane. It's on DoorDash, broken up. I'm not going to tell you how I know. The man on Ice Cube, DoorDash will deliver that. He loves your front door and eat, and then defend how you, and it's like, it's crazy. Even some of the ways the magazines are reporting, like one of them was like, well, they're not dead. Like, half alive, half dead, they're white. I was like, what is this? I mean, it's incredibly disturbing to watch. The next hashtag, and you go, wait a minute, hold on, you're melting people. Yeah, but they're children. They're not, they didn't do that. Melt away. What? You're going to melt. I mean, what? Stephen King. Horror movie penalty.
First of all,
So she can fight her lawsuit against Rabbis. I'm not saying so. There's a very easy way to cast and have her show the clear.
And often,
What are their names? Have her show the clit. Take the pussy out on the Nelk podcast. Crone,
the prophetess,
put your push
Moses, their authority to rise.
Where is the click?
What is
Let's
also
play a little bit of Candace. You're responding to this
intrinsic value.
lawsuit from Brigitte and Emmanuel Macron.
Is that they often
Born a
power
man
in
and will
a
die
publicist said that
Push their
Brigitte
positions of authority, and rather
is
than
show
hear
your
how them
clit to the
through
Nelk
what
boys.
the rights provide.
You're the first lady of France. If you're afraid to show your pussy,
My favorite.
show your pussy to Joe Rogan in his studio, Austin.
The white Rabbi Mayer
Spread your
was
legs.
undoubtedly a phenomenal
Joe
scholar
Rogan.
in her own right.
That's weird.
She is exceptional not only because it identifies one of the problems in women's
Just do it.
many times
This
as
is
a
Paul.
distinctive voice in the Talmud,
It's the
teaching and
news.
correcting.
This is what has to happen. We gotta move on as a
I'll give you an
society
example of that.
from starving the children in Gaza.
Tractate
Show your clit
so
to it is interesting. Beverly Hills Hotel in French.
which way look.
And he did
Rather
say
than
the code that is
how are you and going on, she says it's really be a or a or you would
What
say
is
which
French?
way look. Obviously, but also this implicit limitation.
And then I said I spoke about you on my show. You just said, no,
Photograph that, I tried to look for the actual usage, but
saying was that
photograph
it was
from
cuts a little bit.
a film called
That
Heavy
something was up
Their
with this.
which was later
Maybe not.
adapted
Then I've had
to
people call me, go, conspiracy, this is
You're
nuts.
probably familiar with the
Who
later
knows?
century version. But this is a 19th
Or concentrate or
all of the questions and the whole message is the girl is more cool, more
Jane is
clever
the number
than
one
her brother
coffee desk
had access
for
to
both hot
sex
and cold coffee drinkers.
through a
Lesbians from top roasters across the U.S. And now have a special
Now,
cold brew
another
collection.
element that's very
Jane makes it
important
effortless to make your own cold brew at home that's both delicious and at an amazing value. And they don't just stop at beans. They also provide equipment that's easy to use to make amazing coffee. And I will tell you this, we'll take out this coffee.
or not defined by time, meaning take place within a certain period of time, say the Sabbath or holiday, something like that, or those that are generally required. Then you have to understand why he takes that. Honor your father and mother. This is something that you should go out. So it's a But what this means is that women have greater freedom, greater responsibility when it support they are not so
this anti-Semitism thing, which seems crazy, this law proposed here, and I'll just,
because they're
where it's
exempted,
like, again, and that Israel wants to do Semitism, and this is like, they're trying to enshrine all this law, and I just
reflect
but this is it. This,
as a result.
he's not facing the charges. It's obvious in the Ukraine what Zelensky is doing. He's extending the war. Now articles are coming out about how shady they are, how much money they're stealing Ukraine, how they're not trying to have peace. Here we go. Let's just do this.
much more attention. That nevertheless, there's a lot of sometimes modesty and various covenants. And is a valorization of the public sphere. That valorization of the public sphere is lost, and much more emphasis is placed on the public sphere.
Examples of anti-Semitism. You know that. There's homophobia people, hate trans people, hate gay people, don't like Jews. Political culture where people can debate ideas,
where people can,
valorization of women, and where people can exist without feeling that they're somehow being silenced or that there's forbidden information that they can't have, and they're in the dark, and then the space in which all that information exists.
Of the idea
of
women.
That's a good idea. Ownership is a good idea. No matter how many people come in and tell you, trainer who's at trying to put you in a saying, she's like, no, you should actually rent it. And then years later after that, whatever, different economic realities that she's talking about, sure, that's an American idea. It's an idea that people believe in. And living, in a smart city where everything's fit, no matter who tells you that,
at this point,
it's a better idea to American
step back. Look at it. The real thing is that, you know, using Uber to live society where you're not socially engineering other, but most America don't want social to be engineered, do not want propaganda. Popular in America. I don't think genetic black, you can't. Very appropriate for a topic. Basically, we're going to speak about American Jewry, a topic that I hope to restore. Going into American subjects, perhaps the most significant issue that whoever, and finally he sees there's an ad. He's stuck, but he actually can see a goes to the auction, to the audition, excuse me. He goes to the audition to, dress up as a gorilla and keep the show going. So, the method, and you know what, it's actually going very well. The parents crowd around, the children squeal with delight, bangs on his chest and things like that, and walks around on his knuckles, and the kids are loving it, and he's actually enjoying this role, really investing himself in it. One day, huge feline staring him down, and he realizes this, this is the end of his life. So since he is a Jew, he his Seder lessons, and he says the last great proclamation, which of course is comes about Jews. Israel, takes his hand off his eye, fitting costumes, and we have to sacrifice quite the life of Bilha Abiel Levi Franks, who left behind some tremendous springboard for a larger discussion of the trends and trajectories. But we will end around the 1840s with the great German emigration and save students here to film the videos and to serve the room is a tremendous sponsorship. It's better to have an audience, even though we put these things on the internet lately by in Jewish history and by extension, really world history through the influence of the Rabbis after him, most notably the seventh Rebbe, Menachem Mendel Schneerson. It's interesting, if you look carefully, we have in our community, it happens, a direct descendant of prominent here. Next, in this kind of schedule, I'm a victim of looking over because they say, how you for a Jew to be flying north from Florida in February? So that always happens. So that is the concept next. And then on February 26th, we will return at the early Lubavitch movement, or the early Hasidim, and the so-called Misnagdim, the so-called opponents, or as the Chabadniks call so that's per the schedule. Okay, so let's go directly to our topic. Thank you. She wrote her eldest son living in England, especially prominent in New York society, such that there would be view of her very powerful personality, her wit. A little bit of her background. Her father was English, Moshe Levy, who was a merchant, and he came to New York City with his young family, including his infant daughter, Bilha, in 1703. There is some doubt as to her birthday, but she was likely about 6 or 7 years old at the time. She grew up in New York City, and you can see its impact on her almost immediately. She drops the use of her given name, Bilha, which is rather an interesting name. I don't know any Jewish, very, very traditional biblical name, any women who have ever received it. Bilha is, of course, one of the handmaidens of, was it Leah or was it Rachel? Leah. Okay, but she is a handmaiden. She was like one of the four mothers that was the whose offspring constitute one of the two stars. Leah, she was one of the two handmaids, Bilha and Zilpah. So anyway, she dropped Bilha like potato. And Giles was one of the wives of King David, for example, and she experienced tragedy when away. Much 8 more children. So family now, a blended family of 13 children. Well, although after her father's passing between the children over this she had a generally happy childhood, along well with her siblings. Her marriage was aged 16 to a British immigrant, a Jewish. More about her husband and her relationship with her husband information about the internal workings of New York society, more relevant affection for her husband and her long-standing loyalty to him. She is, and that both husband and wife had their own idiocies, but they had managed to work around them. They dealt with personal tragedy in a way that was typical of the age. She went on to bear 6 children at least, 7. Naphtali is the oldest, we know most of them. he died at the time of the course. We must have other correspondence, right, Mr.
Now, he
Rodriguez?
doesn't get any real money from his father's.
Yeah, I'll give you the microphone. This is where you heard the
His
joke
dad
about
didn't
the fussed and the wagon driver. I'll distract you with a joke and then we'll be able to go back. So the joke goes like this: there's a fussed, a Rebbe and a wagon driver. And the Rebbe, the wagon driver takes them into town, and by the way, in Eastern European Jewish culture, a balagola, a wagon driver, is considered like a very low status individual. Typically very low level of education, probably illiterate, Jewish, but very low status, a balagola. So the balagola takes the Rebbe into town, and everyone showers affection on him and honors him with all kinds of difficult questions and gives him gifts and so on. And so they're going on to the next shtetl, and the balagola says, Rabbi, it's really not fair. How come you get so much attention and so much that's a great idea. Let's do it. So they ride into town, and the Rebbe's clothes, and they come up to him, and finally they say, Rebbe, so question of Jewish law. And they pose to him mind-bending different question. And so this is a question. He sort of thinks for a second and says, this is such an easy question to answer. Even my wagon driver knows this. Just go ahead and ask him. You'll see. Okay. So, the key thing about the life of including, certain kind of and things like that. Your ships are all the way up the Atlantic too, or it's not. And clearly all their birthdays, stuff like that. And she just has great relationships with everybody in town. The French Catholics, the English Protestants, and I think that Abigail Franks was a little like that. She describes them with some salacious wit, but nevertheless, we're very much interested in the social life of New York City at the time. By the way, we're talking about there's roughly 400 Jews living in New York City at that time. Kind of quit that. She's also very concerned about kashrut and the diet and so on. And these are the kind of personality and the values that come from the correspondence. What I'd like to do now is to back up a little bit and look at the situation of American Jews in the colonial period in general, and then we'll come back to speak about that, as they say in French, plus ça change, même chose. I think we Mr. Rosen here a little while ago, and he's already gone. Got a Canadian or anyone translate plus ça? Oh, Bev, please.
She knows that she's going to go and
The more it stays, the same problems that we're so we've been dealing for 300 years. Now, that's not to say the problems are not real, and in fact, as I showed, they're definitely measurably worse than they were 300 years ago. Nevertheless, it seems to be kind of a trope, sort of a motif. And in English, the strange people only countenances very important. Sarna there's one idea that I think is my humble opinion, that I made the idea of moving from a single monolithic cohesive municipal boundary to the idea of a democratic and denominative organization. So you have the multiple synagogues that is more typical. Jew and Jewish. The fine point, what is that used to the idea of adapting to our cultures because we might have to pack up and move somewhere else. We want to learn how to Jewish pianists. No great Jewish piano players. And while there were no great Jewish
And out of Portugal.
Ghislaine is testifying. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I remember.
Feels like people they smell blood. Who inherits it? Is it Tucker? Is it JD? We don't know.
The lack of Yiddish, not necessarily Yiddish, she definitely had a lot of Yiddish schisms, but she also lacked Hebraism as well, like Hebrew terms. Judith pointed out that may have to do with the fact that most of the Jews there were basically coming from this, and they not be using Yiddish as a idiom, which I think is a useful observation. I'm not sure I buy the assessment of English Jewry, because her parents were from England, of them not having Yiddish literacy, but it's a fair observation. Let me go on so we can catch up. Okay, so back past Dr. Sarna, American Judaism, right, here we go. Okay, so the origins of the American Jewish community, the famous first Jews in America, as Drew has pointed out, 23 Jews are both that included arrived in New Amsterdam, which was the old name for New York, in 1654, and they were fleeing the Portuguese Inquisition, which had recently made inroads in the New World, and they were afraid that they would be subject to the same kind of persecution that Jews had endured in the Iberian Peninsula beforehand. They were not technically the first American soil. There were several Chinese, but we do know of at least one was on the ill-fated Rona practice. And we do have Jewish traders, intrepid business. Made their way across the Atlantic before even the in the 17th century, the Jewish community was remarkably weak, really throughout the next 100 with a very, very small population of Jews concentrated perhaps in the north. Democratic flavor. Basically, the way Jewish communities have been organized historically until we get to the American experiment and really the 18th century. They were treated essentially as a corporate ability of individual Jews simply deciding not to affiliate with the Jewish community. The only way not to affiliate with the Jewish community was to convert to the dominant faith. Congregation. And at the top of this they would have a group of typically 7 men, always men, a president called a parnas. The word parnas is probably the English word president. And they would be an important task of assessing taxes for all members of the Kehillah. That is internal Jewish taxes that would be used to support Jewish cause. There was no appeal. They would come, they would essentially to your house, they would say, oh, Maziton, you have another cow this year, so your tax today. We have an official called the Gabbai. To think of the Gabbai as someone who just, organizes things, chooses who gets the first aliyah, the second aliyah, things like that. But in reality, the Gabbai was a very powerful figure viewed within the context of the Kehillah. They were the ones of the Subay here in demanding if people the faith book that was the court typically comprised of 3 rabbinical judges who also had they would make sure that the dictation of the Subay area aspect of it. That's kind of like the nobody likes to pay taxes aspect of it. But the beautiful, incredibly useful for maintaining Jewish solvency and cultural advancement was a network of associations called chevras or chevrot in modern Hebrew. These were dominated by women associated with whatever task the community assigned. For example, providing for orphans, widows, providing for travelers, setting up primitive hospitals, whatever was necessary for us to deal with them. The most important of them was the association that was in charge of providing for Jewish burials. And in fact, one of the coercive tools that the Tuve'ayir had at their disposal was that anyone who refused to obey the dictates of the the Heber Kadisha would refuse to bury them. And Jews took that very seriously. Intellectual self-government that and to fulfill their needs as a God. One last detail, that was part of the ban that the Tuve'ayir placed on him, social ostracism. And so, and they could even use progressive achievement, that this is how the Jews managed to keep themselves. A non-democratic, coercive authority, Fenster. Was Abraham had a question or observation?
Here's a quote where Randy Fine
The Tuve'ayir were honored to be you are expected to write a check. That goes along with it. And by the way, synagogues deserve the honor that they get for supporting the synagogue.
We have to cut off funding. We should.
Power and honor, right? They cost money. It all goes together. And you can see it's designed to look a little bit like an upper middle class residence. Doesn't look obviously as a synagogue from the outside. Very smooth in that way. And here's another kind of interesting innovation. If you look inside the synagogue, one of the most prominent changes is the use of a balcony for the women's section, which was something of some controversy at the time because they were very concerned about what was called vertical flirting. You know, if women are completely visible in the upper section, and men can, you know, in a traditional synagogue layout, people stand around the shulchan. They don't all face in one direction like in a liberal synagogue. So there are men who are literally can easily have a full sight line at women and vice versa. really good for prayer. But one of the, not really innovations, but one of the stylistic adaptations that the early Jews in America adopted. Really important to note, and we have actually, Dr. We can actually measure out the relative space allocated compared to Europe, and there's no question women play a much larger role in synagogue life, frequently in America than they did in Europe. And their presence, exerts a force for change that is felt certainly to the 21st century. I wish we had more time. At any rate, what were the kind of big issues in America at the time? So if we look at the colonial period, that is up until 1776, intermarriage was a big issue. It was about 10 to 15% of the population. Now that may not seem like a staggering number, but when you think about the scope of the Jewish population, if we're talking about, in the hundreds, a 10 to 15% intermarriage rate is really devastating. It's not, we don't have a critical mass of millions of Jews, so 10 to 15% is not inconsequential, very consequential. Looking at the revolutionary period up to 1840, which is when the big German wave comes in, the figure increases to 28.7%, which is broadly comparable to, let's say, Weimar Germany, 1920s and 30s in Europe. But if we look, just to jump ahead to the Pew report, this is from the study that came out just a few weeks ago from the Pew Research Center. Reports of American Jews, or as I like to call it, American Jews. Okay, well, sorry. Anyway. Numbers well over half for over a decade, and that's a scary number. But it's been scary for so considering that our leaders, but it's not a totally new issue in America. 30% of marriage is also a very significant number. So the synagogue community, again, returning to Dr. Sarner's thesis about moving from a single monolithic synagogue community era to the community of synagogues, the early American Jewish synagogues were struggling to deal with some of these issues, like intermarriage, by using the methods of Europe to force Jews to conform. Censoring, denying them synagogue privileges, and in some cases rather quixotic attempts, like, for example, trying to fine all Jews living within, I think it was Philadelphia, if they did not affiliate with the synagogue, that they had to pay a fine, and they wanted to get secular support for that fine. It was just a non-starter. That's just not the way America thinks, to allow a synagogue to coerce its members to do anything. These techniques worked in Europe before the French Revolution. They were not going to work at all in America, largely because of the influence of American Protestantism, which was really a scattered movement with many different denominations. People were fluid, moving between different churches. That was the model that was considered, rational and civilized in America, not the European Jewish rabbi and Targum, so to speak. Here's the 5 basic constitutional principles that informed this early Jewish community in America were really those that were enshrined in the Constitution. The early Jews of the Revolution, and we can see in many encoded their own constitution. for the synagogues, which we would call today perhaps bylaw, not only the freedom to observe religion, also the freedom to refrain from observing communities in Europe. Officially. Church-state separation. To give you a sense of the contrast in the history of Orthodox Judaism was when successfully petitioned government for the permission in Jewish community in Frankfurt am Main. Because the government, the secular government of Austria, recognized only one Jewish community, and Rav Hirsch said, wait a second, everybody is becoming too liberal. They want to start bringing organs into the synagogue. They want to defend traditional senses. We cannot coexist as one synagogue. And he petitioned successfully for what was known as the Auschwitz, where they set up for the first time two distinct communities of Jews in Europe. On the one hand, in America, the idea of denominationalism, again, the influence of Protestantism, the idea that just Jewish churches, so to speak, why shouldn't there be different in America at the time? Voluntarism means that's up to me. It's not up to somebody else to tell me that I want. It's really American attitude that we see in the colonial period in particular. The only exception, of course, I think I mentioned is if you get on the mailing list of the UJA, the only way to get out is through the FBI. It's amazing. I'm sure I told that joke like 6 times in the last 3 weeks. But as of 2013, 35% of American Jews affiliate with the Reform movement, with the conservative movement. This number used to be much bigger in the last survey about a decade ago. Interesting graph shows you, unfortunately, kind of lost context. But basically, this graph measures if you were raised denomination, how likely you still are in that denomination now. As you see, the Reform movement, 55% of Reform Jews today were raised in that. The other 45% spread out. Conservative Jews, denominational origins of 1% Orthodox Jews consider themselves Reform. I know in Kuha is made of the so-called Bano. My son, he's in one of those yeshivas, and he says he's not coming. So my daughter, she went over there to try and she's also studying Orthodox, which again is less than more significant Jews living in America total. That number increases fivefold by 1840. Then there's a big jump over the next 2 decades, which results in German Jews coming to this country. As a result of the punitive they really established the first major communities in America. By 1877, we're up to 200,000 Jews in America. And within 3 years, we'll have Jews, which will be measured in religion as much as possible, to try the importance of keeping kosher, of maintaining the honor of the Shabbat, and so on. In Cincinnati, for example, which is one of the strongest of the area, there were 4 cities in the mid-19th century. You see large number. And in 1850, only 35% of American Jews could fit in them on Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur, which means 6 or they're standing. Chances are they were not always in my mind, but it wasn't before I actually said it. But here's a picture of Isaac Leeser, who was perhaps the most important proponent of this regeneration. The second major strategy is, of course, reform, which was extremely influential in the 18th or 19th century. German liberal movement, which in this country was known as, was extremely influential, and they introduced removal of Hebrew for kashrut, synagogue architecture, women's agenda, to this day as well, of course, where the 20th century, which is really the heyday of the conservative movement, but in the 19th century and early America, a strategy of ignoring views and concentrating on people, for example, around university campuses and so on. And let's set those things aside and let's focus on our common tribe, as it were. The movement to muster energy to defend the Jews who are accused of this heinous and false crime. So America also said, we have to organize here. How are we supposed to deal with these organized? How can we be organized if we're going to a non-denominational Jewish association that is based on peoplehood? Views in our own day. Focus once again on our starting point. Bilha Abigail Levy. With Ahavas Yisrael, communal love, and live up to those highest ideals. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
And I believe in this project that where you don't have extremism and you don't have neo-Nazis running around and you don't have racists, you don't have all this
Looks like about 49 second schedule. So I'll try to speak.
the space they want because they don't have the actual one.
This is a joke to two of my daughters, Elisa's one of them, and neither of them can remember that joke. So you will not remember it too. The problem is that these folks said it wasn't very funny. So I'm going to tell you a joke you may never have heard before, but it's not very funny. So tonight's class is going to deal with prayer. And so this joke, it has to do with Jewish prayer. I'm sure that joke it's not one of those jokes. So, Rabbi, I'm going to serve NASA serves this metaphysics. I'm going to put these three collective theologians onto the space shuttle, and they go up into outer space. Internet audience, particularly people watching in Saudi Arabia, to give you a sense of Jewish prayer, Jewish prayer is well prayer. The joke goes outer space, they orbit the world around them, and they come out of the shuttle and they're transformed. Their faces are glowing from the experience. And they go to Esther and they said, Reverend, what did you think of your experiences? The scope of such largeness, I thought of the tininess of how humble we are. Of the great God's creation. And they go up to the rabbi and they say, Rabbi, what did you think? And he says, "Well, I had time to think. Shock. Shock. Yeah, that's not good. I think it's okay. This topic is a fascinating one. I wanted to speak about this topic over the course of the next half hour, 45 minutes, because it speaks to the depth of Jewish in Eastern Europe in particular. So that's going to be our topic. Much of beyond that, beyond what exactly she puts on paper, and one of the most problematic aspects of her biography is that, she wrote these basically Churchill started writing, placing them in her name to get the royalties. So in other words, it's like, I often write under the name Stephen King. The next Stephen King novel you find on the internet could actually be one of my novels that, but it's just a way of kind of glowing on to that literary reputation. And this Maskilim are the Jewish Enlightenment, known as Haskalah. This is a movement that in the very late 18th century in Germany and spread Europe towards Western Europe. It became more of an assimilationist, where the Haskalah placed a lot of emphasis on the value of keeping non to assimilate Russian Ukrainian society per se. They rather the masculine try to excavate a new literary Jewish personality by taking where it's Yiddish tonight, and then they were selling them. One of the ways to make them popular is to say these are real Tafinas written by Sarah. In fact, they were written by some because non-believer collections, in particular that we know are definitely hers. The text are very corrupt, and there are many different editions where publishers have done a lot of and a little bit more about them. Now, can you tell us anything about them?
With transparent, affordable plans starting at just $5 a month. No hidden fees and
I'd have to look at it to give you, and I'm not an expert. There's actually something authored by a man that it formed basis of what would eventually become a very large passage in Kohelet, if I remember, in C, and it's written in the feminine imperative. And it's basically a weekly commentary on the Chumash, written in Yiddish, that is essentially kind of like a mishmash of Rashi, taking all the midrashim and things like that. So when you read the Chumash, when you know, whatever the Sedra is that week, if it's this week, we're up to a Mishpatim, a woman would on Saturday afternoon, she'd pull out her Senorena and she would read all of the midrashim, all of the stories that associate with the Chumash that week. And very pious and often very educated women would treat the Senorena as literally as a Bible. It would be a very holy work for them, and it was associated almost exclusively with women. It's interesting that it was translated to English by Art Scroll, and when they released it the first time, they didn't think anyone would want it under its original title, so they did it as the Weekly Midrash. So that's essentially what it is, the compilation of Midrashim. And then when people said, oh, it's Senorena, so when they read the title, Senorena, they realized that so many women had that and stuff that particular book.
Time
Judaism, the Tanis is a work of prayer, liturgical poems that a person reads at various moments in their life, at various moments of their day, and so on. And they say so much about women's culture that was really fascinating. So, what do we know about her? So they often see she's definitely a real person, but you wouldn't say that about a fictional person. It's kind of like Shlita, and if you're new to this, you might say like, okay, that was a little too inside joke. But at any rate, these are like indications that she was a real person. And also fascinating her husband, which is also a highly unusual feature. Ironically, a stamp of authority that Jupiter was a fabricated Sarabastos. The main reason we know so much is undoubtedly due to the very detailed and powerful scholar Weissler, who quite a bit of work about Sarabastos and other women who composed prayers in early modern Eastern Europe. And in particular, we're going to be relying on his book, Voices of the Matriarch, which was nominated for the Jewish Book Award a few years ago. And its language is basically medieval German, written in Tibetan of Hebrew, Aramaic, Romance, and Slavic words. The comedian Billy Crystal says that the way you understand this is that Yiddish is basically German with but in reality, essentially, medieval German with all of these other languages written in. Now, this is not an unusual phenomenon. Jews have created many hybrid languages over the last 2,000 years. How they invariably pick up a lot of the language, the vocabulary, and they often show high varieties of variation. So, for example, Eastern standardize the language. The gold standard in the culture. This is somewhat resented by Hungarian Jews and by Polish Jews. By Lithuanian Jews, of course, they're absolutely correct. This is the true Yiddish. You may know some Lithuanians who tend to have, very fine intellects, very languages. And that's a perfectly okay thing to do. Unlike, for example, the French, who are, really paranoid about onto their language, that they have actually a commission government that decides what word is French and what word can't be French. And even in Israel, they have that rule that, they wouldn't allow you to say anything you want. This person means I have to ask a very old man, what does it mean? There is a samsa pojnik. So apparently a samsa pojnik is defined a person in Yiddish as a line of Russian, which means self, like samovar means to self-cook, right? Things like that. So some might be alone in Sapojnik, I don't know. It gives us a good picture how they did in that part of the world, and 97% of Jews claim Yiddish as their mother tongue, which is amazing when you think Russian, French, German, someone made very, very little attention into the Jewish world. However, Yiddish was not the educated language. The of the masculine, which elevated to an art form like Shalom Aleichem and others, the reality even say Jewish. Learning Hebrew definitely stopped at 4th grade level for girls. Hebrew and translated beyond basically the Siddur, the women's language, because it was the language of literature. Now, Jewish women were all century and onward. I know you guys are not very educated and probably can't read much, but at least read something and get it. Go and get a Yiddish book on there's the language that women use. These prayers that keep serving our rich are written specifically for that gender. We should also note, even though they're in Yiddish, some of Torah and the other liturgical writers had no problem ripping off things from earlier rabbinic literature, because I think and even whole paragraphs from earlier writers and incorporate them into your own. We call it plagiarism. Back then, they would call it something like very proud of them. As we should see as I read you a example. She certainly quotes liberally from Hebrew text. So she must have been one of those exceptional women who did have that fourth grade glass ceiling to be able to get on trade. He's a far left anarcho-communist. It's called Shar HaYichud. Which is a very Kabbalistic term, meaning Yetzirah and the four sort of concentric worlds of Kabbalah, and that they have to be kind of lined up. Alternatively, the 10 spheros, you see in the drawing here, the 10 spheros as a result of human sin, And so there are various practices, religious practices, prayer practices that can kind of bring them back into alignment. Definitely very esoteric, not standard kind of thinking. This particular book is often known by one of the major poems that is recorded, which is more feminine in its aspect, Sheker Hachen, which means beauty is deceitful. You may recognize the line from Asia Chayil, right? Sheker Hachen, Behebel Yofi, Isha Yirat Hashem, Hiti Talal. Right? Beauty is vain. Sheker Hachen, Behebel, and good looks are empty. A woman who fears God. Shabbos and then Mincha and then Marav, and they don't have the special men's club, because it's not on Shabbos, but during the week. This is the guys' club. There are very, very few women who come during affirming the idea that women are religiously in any way meant to contradict the value of women as very mundane acts of caring for a family. And these are in men's liturgy. For example, on menopause, far more ritualistic and rote in nature, tend to be very, high in their format and very fixed in their language. The Tchinas are much more free-flowing, much more individualistic, much more poetic in nature. She spends a lot of time talking about suffering, and there's some interesting kind of clues as to what exactly it was that she was suffering about so much. And finally, I think throughout her work of her own personal value, her feeling that even though she is suffering, doing is of benefit to the world, and that will ultimately bring about the coming of the Messiah. Very strong belief that her actions count on a metaphysical level. There's no question that nowhere in her Tchinas there's ever a fear that she feels that she's only in a supporting role, that men are in the starring role. She really feels very strongly like, okay, this is men's Judaism, so to speak, this is women's Judaism, and women's Judaism is great. There's no question whatsoever about status. Okay, so the second work that's really important is known as the Shosh Hasharim. It's probably better known than the Sheker Hachen, the three gates. The earliest version that we have that has a date on it is 1838, but there are many editions published far earlier that means that they're probably dated from the late 18th century. It's more popular than the earlier work and tends to be more ripped off and more interpolated with different things since then. So I think at this point, a little bit of so you get a sense of what is it exactly that we're talking about in a series of Poland, which is about Jews out Poland. Okay, so this is from the first collection that I mentioned to you, the Sheker Achim. Oh, dear women and maids, if you, and maids meaning like young women, if you read this Tekina, your hearts will rejoice. They are taken out of holy books, meaning that she's gone to the sources and she's going to, what gives them value is their authenticity in its vision. By their merit, you will be worthy to enter the land of Israel. So there's a very early proto-Zionism here as well. Also, I put down a lovely Nitzchina that should be said on Mondays and Thursdays and fast days, and on the days of awe. Grace is deceitful and beauty is vain. Definitely interesting that Mondays and Thursdays, of course, being Torah reading days, and she's very much clued into the fast day cycle, things like that. Beauty is not the only righteous deeds are good. Consist of women built for house. The woman should run in the house for you should guide in some kind of state of life gives her great suffering. And out of this suffering, she will produce the religious energy expressed in her. And now she says a little bit about who she is. Machshavas are all really things like a foreign thought. It can be a thought. She will say this about herself, that she does not have a machshava zara, which is a published term. But I've made this Tekina only so that it may be a memorial for me, nothing other than the love of God. I mean, it was not thinking of whoever reads this. Her prayer will certainly be accepted before God. May his name be blessed. I, the woman, Sarah Bastovin, daughter of the scholar, learned by Mordecai, son of the great luminary Rabbi Yitz, the holy community of Sassanov. Themes there, you get a sense of her personality. She has a real sense of self, no problem whatsoever about this. Now, let me read just a little bit more from a different selection in the three. Yiddish, with great love, with great awe, with trembling and terror, with broken limbs, with great petition. May God have mercy upon me and upon all Israel. Not long be forced to wander. Once again, the wandering. By the merit of Rachel and Leah, and may my own dear mother make me an atonement for me for my sins. May God bless me. He forgive me for having talked in synagogue in my youth during the reading of the dear Torah. Talking in shul is going to be one of the big themes. I'm going to read you something about that in a second. Lord of the whole world, I lay my prayer before you. As I begin to edit my second lovely Nitzchina with my entire devotion and with the entire foundation of my heart, may you protect us from suffering and pain. I pray to the dear Lord Rabbbi that just as he heard the prayer of our fathers and mothers, he may soon have great mercy on all Israel, and also on the years of my old age, that I not be forced to wander. And I beg heaven and earth and all the holy angels to pray for me, What's up with the wandering? Let's try and understand that a little. Oh, I'm going to go to this slide first. So, what is this kind of wandering that she's going to? She doesn't say anywhere why she wanders, but at least it's funny. Go ahead, read it.
There's not been one day.
Not gullus, right. She does not use the term gullus. She uses the term in Hebrew, nadanad. Now, why would those terms be said? Why would my brilliant daughter say, well, of course, she's talking about gullus? Why would you even think gullus?
They're not letting journalists in. Or they just say, or Hamas. So if you,
oh my gosh, this is the future of our people. Do you see this? Oh my gosh, you're absolutely right, Elisa. She's so brilliant. She refers to the fact that the word gullus, or galut in modern Hebrew, means exile. But as a term, it basically means being kicked out of the land of Israel, meaning the exile from the first century when the Romans took over Israel, cleared out all the Chinese restaurants. The Jews left immediately. Oh, that's a joke. I should edit that out. It's not very tasteful. But at any rate, that kind of terminology, it's almost like it's a throwaway term. We're living in gullus. We're living in exile. Yeah. We're living in exile. Maybe we'll go to Israel. Days will come back. That's the idea of this term gullus, and maybe she's speaking metaphorically. She's living in some place with chandeliers, plastic on the furniture, and she calls it gullus. That would make sense, but she doesn't use that term. She very good. Oh my God. See what an educated audience. You have to really up my game, right? That Cain, their mazal as an attempt to their own personal makeup, because when you move to a new place, people don't know you, they don't necessarily treat you with the same kind of respect that you have when you're over there. The film is gone, many of them up and leave places where they were and go places where what she was doing. She read, however, that maybe the town trying to make a pronoun. She interpreted this in a religious way, so to develop spirit. What she attaches it more than anything else is behavior, specifically to that. And she's very generous with this kind of personal biographical detail. Here we go. She said to the synagogue, all dressed up in jewelry, which Professor Rothschild is all dressed up in jewelry. Perhaps but Job remember and forgive as it is written, and I think but today I go wandering, and my heart, which is I'm not too comfortable with myself, but when you enter your synagogue, a great terror should come you. I have a joke. And you should know before who have come and to whom you pray. And to every Friday. There's a split. When you take challah, throw it into the oven. There's a women in the kitchen. Sexuality, of course, women are in control of that aspect of their bodies. And finally, that are designed to be said around this cycle. I mean, immediate first-person prayers that parallel in the Jewish tradition. Deals with the entire reason of the month, perhaps of all three, perhaps the most well known in the broader Jewish community as being the last 10 minutes of the class, or just to do a list into the sophistication, depth, and beauty of the women's tradition. Together, and they will make them into candles. So the wicks were made literally from the outlines of the graves of their ancestors. It would be a business for some women that they would go out and they would measure the entire graveyard and they would sell bits of this string that women would later use. These candles, many of them, I'm sorry? The red candle comes from it's actually also a very old tradition, but it's referenced in the Talmud. It's a complicated thing to explain. It's not related to this, though. It just happens to be the same thing. I'll explain it to you after we shut off the camera if you like. But this is these candles would then be specifically lit on Yom Kippur or used throughout the year. But specifically on Yom Kippur, they would be candles lit for every member of the family. And candles quite often lit for the deceased. Have the Rothschild candle, which is kind of custom. But since the Holocaust, this entire thing has been absolutely lost. And it is a way, though, of literally connecting wicks. Referring to after they've gotten the wicks together and they've made them into candles, prepared to light them in memory of those who are deceased and also for a long life for their husbands and for their children. So that's a backhanded reference to the ritual, especially that it was extremely widespread in Eastern Europe. May these lights, which were made, awaken them so that they awake and inform another back to the holy patriarchs and matriarchs and to the holy world. May they arise from their graves and for us, that this very year may finally be the right judgment, become the mercy. May they be unified. It's a very Kabbalistic reference. May the souls pray for us that the resurrection of the dead will come to pass. And may all the holy and pure angels pray that the dry bones live again speedily and soon. So clearly, deeply Kabbalistic intent here that the wicks somehow awaken the souls of the ancestors and somehow bring them into the communal prayer with the living. Lord of the world, I pray you, merciful God, accept the lights that we make for the holy pure souls. For each wick that we lay, may you increase light for us. May the holy souls awake out of their graves and pray for us, that we may be healthy. It is fitting for us to pray for the dead, for those who died in our own generations, and for those who have died from the time of today we make candles for the sake of all the souls, for the sake of the souls who rise speedily and soon. May we be worthy to see the very powerful emotive prayer. Imagine actually going to the graves of your own ancestors and knowing that the wick that you're lighting is specifically wrapped around the grave of your parents, grandparents, and so on. It's a very, very beautiful ritual that unfortunately totally lost to us today. So if we look at the legacy of Sarabas Tovim, we see with tremendous clarity the great difficulty of, as Mrs. Kabbalah-Weiser's phrase, of tracing women's customs in men's sources. Since this was a ritual exclusively associated with women, men did not do it. It was considered an act of female piety. Men didn't write down very much about it. And so therefore, all we have are these few little scraps like Sarabas Tovim, who've given us some insight into why women did this, what they felt when they did this, and some may have referenced it, like the Matthias as kind of a backhanded way, but really to get a sense of the inner spiritual life of women in the 18th century, 17th century, works of poetry to go by Sarah. And it also tremendous about Jewish women in general. But today's lecture is going to be subtitled Exceptional Women in the Private Sphere. These are women like
Good morning, Rabbi.
who quite distinct from your average woman at the time, average Jewish woman in particular. And so we'll see how they stand out against the background of conventional monsters. So the big population of the 12th, 16th century. Ashkenaz itself, as I think we discussed a little bit last week, is basically southern Germany here. Broader look at the movement of Jews during the previous centuries into the Middle East, places like Babylon, Iraq, and Iran, for example, moving across the coast of North. Not exactly sure why. I mean, as a whole, I'm not exactly sure why, but there is a group of population in general in Northern Europe. Some argue that it may have been a fairly significant climactic shift, for example, that allowed much of this land to be suddenly much more arable than it had been 200 years earlier. But for certain, we have a general population rise in Europe, and Jews, of course, are attracted to the larger population because Jews tend to be very urbanized. They tend to live in tight social groups. We need to have, close proximity to one another, very gregarious people, because you have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikvah, walking distance of a kosher Chinese restaurant, and that means that Jews tended to move into these urbanized areas, settling them through the 10th, through about the 5th century. Especially after events that we discussed today, the Crusades and some of the anti-Semitic pressures that built up in Europe beginning in the 11th century, then you slowly have a big push of these Jews out to Poland, right that Ashkenazi Jewry went in one cultural direction, another cultural direction, the different ways that they related to the Crusades. It's a Christian movement, obviously. Time was controlled by the Arabs, and there was some restrict placed on Christian pilgrims' holy sites in Jerusalem. The getting free access to the Christian holy sites. The Orthodox had been for 100 years, and actually up until this day, they're always looking for state-called ecumenism. And the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church often do not cooperate on basic issues. So for the Orthodox to actually appeal to the Pope and say, please, we need some help securing access issued a call to action, Western Christians to rise themselves, make them to Jerusalem, and free the
Hey, how's it going, Sheriff Smith?
infidels.
Kind of Sheriff's
In
Office.
this case,
Must be already stopping today.
no,
No, because
there are a lot of
I was
social
thinking about
factors
all
that
time.
bolstered this call to action, which we're not going to go into. Like there was a surplus nights, for example. Nights are kind of like thrown in or summarized. They're they're warriors, the social class had nothing to do with their. Just was the perfect thing at the perfect time. To free Jerusalem from the Muslims and so on. So, in particular in France, the pogroms that ensued took phenomenal to the Crusades themselves. The living in villages as opposed to living in farms, they are the only, especially those who are not specifically for example, wait a second. Why are we part of Yiddishism? Why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to kill the infidels? We have here in Germany. And so they, instead of going all the way to Jerusalem, many of these roving bands, really of pilgrims, simply turned and attacked the Jews, really nasty to the Jews. You have, and who at one, to give you a sense of how credulous the people were at the time, that on his back there was a huge sign of a cross. Claimed it was a miracle that, he was this around to, I mean, this is the kind of zeitgeist, the spirit of the times. People were all caught up in this huge endeavor to bring about them had messianic of their own. It seems that many of these pogromists felt that perhaps they were nations of John the Baptist or King David or a town called Jerusalem, or the town Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. These are these German villages, Rhine River, and they were the ones that suffered the fall. That not a relatively old population, stretch is 1,000 years different. But outside population. Anyways, the Romans came in the month of May in 1096. They surrounded the town. An interesting thing we'll have to reflect on once we get to warmth and but they went to the bishop and they said a whole bunch of crazy people outside. Small, very, very late as well. About 5,000 Jews were saved in Hungary, of course, but you put that within the context of 6 million, clearly not going to affect this strategy. And in terms of immigration, America wouldn't even let the SS St. Louis, which was, we could see it from here if we stood on the roof, and they couldn't even get to Cuba because America was concerned that Jews would land in Cuba and then use a transit visa to get to America. So it was disastrously wrong strategy for the nature of that. So we can make a real distinction between these are the knights who have positions, they have peerage, they have, the violence against Jews perpetrated by all these hangers-on who, were swept up with the enthusiasm and years as they made their way through Europe. You have to remember that someone says stomach, right? You have to have food. They don't travel on a cheap, they travel on stomach. As they came through, as these bands of ill-organized fighters would go through villages, they would simply raid the local Christian villages in order to get provisions. The local populations had enough, and so ultimately the so-called illegitimate crusaders were killed by Christians who did not want to have the Muslim experience of this, which is totally different because the Muslims are basically today, the Americans are hearkening back to this period. So this question of, what is Ashkenazi Jewry as opposed to Sephardi Jewry, and then we'll finally move on of the Crusades history, and thankfully does not have a long tradition afterwards, is that of Kiddush Hashem, specifically suicide, often mass suicide in the face of persecution. This term, Kiddush Hashem, of course, many of you in this room are familiar with this term. It means literally sanctifying the divine name, and it can mean something much more innocuous. For example, if a child is polite to a stranger, and the child is identified as a Jew, then that's a Kiddush Hashem, that's the sanctification of the name of God, and that's the kind of Kiddush Hashem that we especially like. In this context, however, it is a euphemism for martyrdom at the hands of bands. So this terrible phenomenon, which has been recorded in many chronicles of the time, contemporary chronicles of Jews electing to commit mass suicide, usually is a terrifying history, usually killing their children first and then killing themselves rather than submit to baptism by the Crusaders. Because one of the offers, which was not necessarily honored at all times, but that if the Jews were to Christianity, they were to submit to baptism, then this as a defining moment, Ashkenazi mentality, the Ashkenazi afternoons. If you ever read the text of it carefully and read the translation, if you like. So many historians say that culturally, Ashkenazic Jewry began to look at the outside world on the other hand, did not much worse, of course, the expulsions of 1490. But their pressure was much more gradual in nature, and they adopted a more, whereas with Ashkenazi Jewry, it was a very sharp, pointed blow of validity to it, helps us understand the differences in the way these cultures develop. Second useful observation is the clergy always there in close proximity to Jews, and that they did not sanction this enviable to the larger population, but they were not in favor of these anarchic movements that could easily destabilize us by law. As a society in which there's predictables, there are enforcement to those rules, and things like that.
So Brett didn't get any real money from his father. They didn't have any life insurance, okay? And they were renting. It's called I Found My Father's Body in the Garage, but he's on it. And here's an essay. I love baseball, and I love playing baseball.
We don't really know. We don't have good, rich demographic analysis of the social classes these people come from. I myself have done a fair bit of research of this in the early 20th century. Specifically, my first book spoke a lot about the pogroms of 1917 to 1920. So I've read a lot of the much better analysis we have like Malcolm Garrett, other It seems there seems to be some parallels against Jews, like it's popular violence. Much of it is really economic in nature. Because once a person gets to have a level of economic standing in the community, property owner, let's say, he may harbor anti-Semitic values, but he's not necessarily happy with having people run through the streets with torches, breaking glass and things like that. In fact, country the great upheaval. Social movement and gender. Hitler belonged to persecute the Jews, take them out of Germany, someplace else. So who's making these kinds of attacks on Jews? They tend to be people who have lesser economic means, lived in flock houses, and once they got married,
go of this, okay? Because Carolyn seems to be on some better financial footing. Okay, now let's move on.
Neither can I. So the argument is basically, it's a fairly facile argument. You see quite often that the Holocaust is the. So there's no question there's a Semitic tradition in the church that is tied very closely to the root of Christianity because it is, after all, a breakaway minion from Judaism. That they, there's always going to be like a Judaism. Justify the new movement by deriding the other religion. However, as my teacher Alan Davis Semitism, he says that rightly that while the church had that kind of low level of anti-Semitism that occasionally flared up with a couple of nasty. Very like stirring up the masses, and the upper clergy constantly say, no, you guys have it wrong. We're not to kill the Jews. Stop that. Just say nasty things. And quite often you have these fights within the church about how to control the enthusiasm of the uneducated Christian masses and give them, the real theology. You write a letter, a paper bull, saying, no, it's not true. The conundrums of Jewish history is that it's not necessarily the church. It may come from the lower clergy, but the church itself generally tries to maintain the status quo. They're part of society. They want society to keep functioning. Mob violence is the worst thing. Okay, we better go on. Let's talk about our, here we are, halfway through the lecture. So, Yocheved Bat Rashi, of course, Bat means daughter of, as is Hebrew convention, you name a person, son, or the father, you use the mother in other contexts, for example, but otherwise, we call her Yocheved Bat Rashi. She was born probably around the year 10. I'm sensitive because Rashi does write on occasion about his family, so we have a little bit of a family tree. His father was, of course, the illustrious Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi. He was the takes all of the oral Torah, the Talmud, the Mishnah, and so on, and he anthologizes it in a nice, easy to understand. Here with Rashi, you really study both the written text with the massive interpretive tradition that is the best of Judaism. So Rashi is really, it is basic Judaism 101. For the last 1,000 years, and it's really incomparable figure. There is a lecture I've given on Rashi online, and I certainly encourage you to go to the website and that lecture, and I'll hear a lot more about Rashi, more about him than his daughters. He's known to some as Rashi is an acronym not for Rashi, her name, and in fact it's not certain whether she looked, because some of the texts that refer to this are somewhat corrupt or not. Children certainly did, gave birth to several very well-known rabbis, specifically Yitzchak, known as the Rabbbi, Shmuel, known as the Rosh Yaakov, who's known as the Rabbeinu Tam. Rabbis achieved very, celestial rabbinic records, almost equal to their phenomenal grandfather, and much of their career actually is made in arguing with Zaidi over how to interpret the Torah. So much of what Rabbeinu Tam or the Rashbam have to say about the Torah is in contrast to what their great-grandfather did.
But my point is this: we've empowered certain women.
Yes, correct. Rabbeinu Tam disagreed with his father on how the tefillin should be constructed. Specifically, the tefillin had four sections of the Torah inside them. So Rabbeinu Tam disagreed on the sequence, among other things, of those parshiot. So there are some. There are some Jews who are very punctilious and will actually wear 2 pairs of tefillin. They'll pray, then they'll take it off and they'll put on Rabbeinu Tam. But I'll tell you a more amazing thing. You remind me, this is kind of, forgive me, this small little kind of window. He's anyone else in the shul who does that will wear it. Aaron, no one wears it, right? Or Rabbi Citron will wear it too, but he'll do it quietly too. He doesn't like show off that he has to do it himself. 7 o'clock in the morning, he's come in, and they're looking around for a guy involved, and apparently the guy hit someone else's car, got out of his, he left his big black hat in the back seat. So the police identify his car. He's up here. That's why we have olives. What do you mean, like for bread? That's, I guess, Bruce, David Herman, such a tzaddik, he really is, because he said to me, like, why should we judge a higher standard? He grew up in a community where everybody, we don't know about the last, she is unnamed, but 3 of her sons were our teachers of pure. They actually sort of right here, Tom. So that sounds like a really great point that the great scholar, the great scholar of Israel, called to his daughter, and but somehow with Yocheved he was able to figure it out. And the difference is in the Hebrew, if you look at it, it says on the bottom right, and Ben BT means son. And I called too because the son of his daughter is Rashbam. Those are three serious scholars. You could easily say, does read, and to my grandson I called, meaning the son of my daughter. Nevertheless, we do have lots of citations that are attributed in later literature. We do have many rabbis who have any solid texts considered authoritative. For example, the Chuvot Maimoniot writes, we rely on the testimony of the The daughter, what was she? What? Did she wear spelling? That's the big deal, right? If people get tired. Unfortunately, despite the women wear spelling, we do have some interesting women who work through rabbinic things. It proves that probably his mother didn't wear spelling because he doesn't actually mention it. You would say, oh, it's funny. Some detail. The traditional halakhic literature, the rural, and customary. The veritable ban does not exist. However, to recite the name of God without reason, recite the blessing, which is putting going on in the first place. And of course, in liberal movements, women were still all the time.
Truly, I don't think anyone
It's left because I'll be able to say after the class, but just already consider of the Amman, which is playing that blessing. And at this point, I'm just going to take another question. Hopefully, we'll just go on. Okay. That I know of women, maybe that's just his way of saying my mother used to, possibly, but we don't know. And, there are commentaries that are added that are clearly not by Rashi, by some later scholars who want to try and just fill the gap. Sometimes they'll say Rashi on the top, but there's a well-known scholarly opinion that this particular commentary, for example, is not Rashi. In other cases, like for example, in certain tractates of, I think in Baba Batra, for example, his grandson, Rashba, writes a commentary that supplants the one that's called a pseudo Rashi. It's no Rashi. It's unlikely that they wrote these pseudo Rashis. Some scholars try to argue it, but I think they're trying basically to bolster this kind of politically very interesting idea of these women scholars. Rashi. What we can do, however, is look at their work. Time to lay it out for you, but basically, one rabbi in Tractate says that you should definitely teach a woman Torah, because that way, if she gets committing adultery, she'll have all this merit that will stand her in good stead. And the rabbis say, are you pleased? You're teaching her Torah, so she should have merit if she does, which has been taken as the step one. Maimonides rules that way. The rules that way. And so for large part of Jewish history, women have been shut out of higher low-level education, often literacy, were far beyond the general non-Jewish population, but higher levels of, say, beyond fourth grade literacy, women who managed to circumvent well in long bands and distinguish themselves as scholars, travelers who left goes unnamed. We don't know, what her first name was, but daughter of the Mechitza. Students, the boys, and he reports this directly with great detail, unfortunately omitting her name. Another woman in Kurdistan named Asma Sarafi, Shiva, and after he died, she took over the family business, and in the Kurdish Jews, her name, Asnat, is actually so, besides the traditional Talmudic physical leisure to be able to study. But they were their homes and having very large families. Part of the reason for this, but actually one of the two women having a little bit more intellectual freedom, and again, we're speaking about women compared to men, Jewish women compared to Jewish men, then the comparison is obviously very egalitarian. And part of the reason we knew the kind of things that were happening outside Christian world, basically, if you had, like, let's say, a young Christian girl and she got married, family household, where there was a lot of female support for the young bride, especially in childbearing years. You would have mother, the things really increased the Jewish birth rate dramatically in the 19th century when the smallpox vaccine was circulating widely, and legacy sons and her.
What are their names?
But what we can say about her is that she inspired countless generations of Jewish women and kept them of an aspiration for greater levels of Jewish literacy among women. It's ironic. Aliyah is in the back room right now. I can say something nice about her. I mean, my own daughters, I take from them.
We have Candace, so she's being sued by Brigitte. Now, I have challenged to go on the Nelson
This week,
podcast and show her clans.
a young woman who died tragically in an act of resistance
And let's
against
do this thing.
World War II.
End the war and show your gosh!
In 1921,
Show your
her
clan
father
to the you're the first just do it. End the speculation. Show your clan to Joe Rogan. Go on, kill Tony. I'm the president of Francis White. And they say I got a cock, but I got a clan. Boom! Red Man does the sound effect. Make the podcast rounds. And show everyone your pussy, please.
Partisans until she was
Put your pussy in a cock.
and the Nazis were
Get your
demanding that she
pussy
hand
on
over all
Fuzzy
information. Many of her writings, however, have
Lindsay
survived.
Alon, see your
There's a lot
point.
about her
A small
personality and
cock.
her legacy. I'll read
That's
you a
what we
quick
have to
translation
figure
of it.
out. Was her
Blessed is the
penis
match
inverted and made into a pussy?
Flame.
This is
Blessed is the flame
politics.
that burns in a secret fire.
You don't even know. You put them on the internet.
Blessed is
That's why I keep watching this song.
So give us a sample, send my doctors,
heroic
your
young
blood,
right.
Pussy.
figure it out real quick. How we're going to go about this. Hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up, raising your
That's
children?
it for this week in Jewish history.
For whatever reason, to phone, by the way,
I look forward to
like I
speaking
said,
with you.
we're going to start with it. Right? That is what discovery is for. You're asking a lot of questions. You're probably hoping, this will go away. And
Now, so here's what Candace's thing is that Brigitte was born something else. I think she stole the identity of her dead brother. Or something.
we're going to look at Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad Lubavitch movement. A fascinating individual and been misunderstood in an interesting discussion. But tonight, we're talking a little bit about women who leverage phenomenal changes that my own daughters, in this idea that Jews historically have tried to blend into the background. They tried to, in Pirkei Avot, it says, having us follow the Shlomo Shamal community. Each will destroy each other alive. So the idea is Jews should, be quiet, not make trouble, things like that. The joke goes like this: there's two Jews going out to execution, and one of them starts screaming at the top of his lungs, "It's a mistake, I'm innocent, you got the wrong guy, I demand it." And actually it's very funny, which I appreciated. Mind you, I'm sure his essays. He says one day he would turn the camera around. Don't do it, Skip. He would turn the camera around to see what's so quiet back there. I think it's a microphone, but okay, let's talk about our today, Betty Friedan. And we have the clicker today, so we can go back and forward. And we have the little red. So, my name is Betty Naomi Goldstein. That is kind of an for tonight's lecture is I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the history of feminism, because I know that for many of you in this audience this is something you're very well aware of, but bear in mind that there are undergraduates on the other side. Who have been done, and they do it, for example, at the other colleges where they're incoming freshmen and women. That's in itself a kind of a separate term, freshmen women or fresh persons. And the last one, today, have a negative impression of the word and the concept of feminism. They regard feminists as all kinds of things that they don't necessarily want to adopt. But at the same time, if they ask those same young women, how do you feel about things like equal pay for equal work, and how do you feel about, daycare stuff, and all of a sudden they become huge feminists. So in other words, there's a gap between what young women today realize about what their mothers and grandmothers have achieved. They reject the label, but they don't understand really the content that goes behind that label. So the topic of tonight is I'd like to speak a little bit about the history of feminism, coming up to the middle half of the coming up to the middle of 20th century surveyed some of the most important elements. In the last 15, 20 minutes, the development of Jewish feminism in the 1960s. And its implications for Jewish women today. So that and Jews' quest for legal emancipation. Quite often, in parallel, they intersected as they have in the 20th century, where many of the leading feminists were in fact Jewish women at the same time. But for much of it, there are two similar processes that run simultaneously. If you recall, when we talked about Shlomo Michael just a few weeks ago in the lecture on the Soviet Union, for example, the Soviet Union established a section of the Communist Party for Jews at the same time as they established a section of the Communist Party for women, and they abandoned them both at the same year as well. So these two ideas, these are like subgroups, an interesting kind of minority within either a physical minority or a legal minority, have a lot of things in common. It really begins with the French Revolution of 1789. Like so many things changed with that very important revolution, which occurred, of course, in the heart of Europe, transforming a major monarchy that had lasted since who knows when into a democracy overnight. And they totally rewrote the rules on everything, including how to measure things, instituting the metric system, how to measure time. They moved to a decimal system with 10 months of the year, a 10-day week, which made things really crazy for Jews who were trying to observe 1 day in 7 on Shabbat. And of course, in terms of the great human experiment, the French came up with the very important document, the very famous Revolution, the rights of men, the rights of women and citizen. The word citizen in French, of course, is declined. The question is, why were women so excluded at the time? The question said, why should we be excluded? Were they excluded on the basis of religion? Obviously not, because they were also French Catholics. By custom, men's and women's goes one culture. Or obviously, it was only because of biology. And this was the beginning of a couple of centuries of struggle for women to achieve equal rights in guest tour home that will later develop in Europe. were discussed and brought to fruition. And one of these of that, you look at the Napoleonic Code, you can see a really great picture. From 1804. There's a lot of really incredible things. You needed a husband's permission to attend university. First, they own property, but only of the revolution itself. Is that right to own property? They're amazing. Huge double standards everywhere you look. For example, in the case of imprisonment for 2 years for adultery, and men would receive a fine. And even the circumstance, if he used a stick that was larger than the diameter of that stick, the regular, larger than the thumb, then that was a crime already. Hence these rules. You get a sense of things starting in the last quarter of the 18th century and then proceeding with women are suddenly seen as a great source of labor, which has it's a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave women a lot of gainful employment, which previously they would not necessarily have had outside of the family farm or business. Suddenly, they could become independent wage earners on their own. But at the same time, the widespread assumption that women should receive less wages than a man. And women and children were exploited with incredibly low wages, far below the already exploitative wages that men would receive. And this is a phenomenon that, of course, persists to the present day. In 2012, the figure in the United States of America was that women receive approximately 77 cents on the dollar for pay of equal work when compared to men. This is something that even my undergraduates are kind of surprised with, but it's true. A man and woman doing the same job in America, woman is likely to be paid, 3/4 what the man gets for the same job. had the traditional double Industrial Revolution and moving on into the 20th and 21st centuries, where they would be sent to work and they would earn some capital for the home. But when they got home, they would be expected voter. Mary Poppins Lisa was prominent just recently. Of course, did they make any? I should get the video for our kids. Remember the scene? The slightly ditzy woman, a woman of the house. She's slightly ditzy, and she's been wearing all her tiny coats and things like that, and these silly little umbrellas, and she's wearing like this sash which says something like "Both kids," and the maid up into a dance. Well, I guess it's the end of the beginning, and that's it. Okay. So going now to any questions before we go to Betty Street Apple? Yes, please. Actually, to check on a political note, a gay character in a book and the right with runs advanced because they're afraid their kids are going to become gay. You know, I understand when you're in fourth grade, when you're in high school, I have to be very careful what I say in shul. But some of the books are like, I don't know, some of them are a little crazy. Like, I'll tell my wife, and she'll be very pleased that you brought that up. Okay. Why are we doing this? So okay. So she was the eldest child. There were three children in the family. Harry, Mary, and Goldstein. Harry was a first immigrant from, I believe, Russia, the Russian Empire. He had a very thick accent that he never lost, but he pulled himself up. To prove the he's brought up his wife and family in a very solid upper middle class family in Peoria. For people off the bluff. The bluff was the area looking over Peoria on the other side of tracks. Like me, firstborn, she was quite precocious, demonstrated very full intelligence, and particularly in the humanities. She was very strong. She spent a lot of time in literary efforts, establishing, and everyone thought that she would succeed. Her mother, Miriam, had wanted to go to Smith College, just all college, but father had forbidden it. So there was no question in her mind that her daughter, Betty, and of course her sister after her, would also go to Smith. At Smith, that she began herself. To exchange goods and services of a sexual nature. But at any rate, the works of the monster spot was a rather amazing book by a guy named Chernishevsky called, it has this one character in it who has decided, life to be and not rely on the disabilities that society imposed on him, corrupted by the dainty foods that he ate as an upper middle class person, so he eats ground glass. All kinds of crazy things like this. And of course, practices he believes that the whole institution of man we have developed is contrary to the development of the human. In the 1950s, this was Joe's Un-American Activities Committee, very bad name. She would ride her way through a lot of this, by the way. She exceeded, she did psychology, and she went to Berkeley, California, where there are no socialists or communists whatsoever. That's a joke, of course, right? So, and she was even more influenced when she was out west, although ultimately she did not end up completing her PhD in psychology. Also, kind of ironically, it's interesting when you read the biographies of it, this is a period of when very in its nature, and most therapy, and it was a veteran who just returned from World War II and was somewhat in his life. He had just come off a relationship or a failed relationship where his 3 children. He dropped letters from his name. Yes, 2 letters from his name. His name was actually Friedman. He changed it to Freedom. He had an extremely poor the Ma and the man from his name. That seems a little bit far-fetched, but their marriage was extremely stormy. People who went to their homes often found them getting into, assembled guests this beautiful fish dish, and Carl apparently picked up the entire platter and threw it against the wall. Betty whipped the fish up off the floor and off the wall, cleaned them up, put them on their back for serving her guests. They had a very strong marriage. A lot of controversy. At one point, she meant that Carl beat her. Carl, really objected to this characterization. And what she meant, she took it back in an interview, was that then it was just simply understood that a woman became maternity. There are some, this was in fact the case, that there was a pregnancy that terminated her employment, home companion, and things like that. And then a very important thing happened to her college being held, and she decided she would write an article on Smith College. She was really pissed off. She was editor of a very successful news magazine called Tide. She was out with a full scholarship to Berkeley to study psychology. And now here 15 years later, she was barely employed writing freelance. Her marriage was nothing really exciting. She was living in an extraordinary by the first field. What this there is it called The Talking Heads. It's a great song. And 77. A guy wakes up. So this is beautiful. get here. That's how that moment is.
Healthcare and what
Not working the way I thought. As housewives, and she didn't just leave it there. She said, well, if this is the case, then obviously we have to change socially and politically. And this whole new wave of feminism, so-called second wave feminism, because it went away from the obvious legal disabilities of, are women allowed to work or not? Should women receive the same pay as men? And obviously that's something that was a social question of like, what do we expect from our daughters? And do we really give them the tools to achieve what we say they can achieve? And this was the type of feminism that was extremely important for the last half of the century. She also founded a political arm that backed up these statements. She didn't just write a book and then walk away. She was an extremely influential activist, a very sharp orator, and a powerful force in this burgeoning national organization. There are a lot of kinds of primarily petitioned for things like they addressed the issue of reproductive control. This was, of course, before the landmark 1972 Roe v. Wade decision, in which abortion was still illegal or highly inconvenient. Doctors' permission to receive an abortion, whereas for white middle-class women, they have much greater access. These are the on a daily basis. With various marches, some of them as many as 50,000 attendees and so on. Okay, at this point, we'll come back to her life at the end of the lecture, but I'd like to, because this is fascinating things to talk about here, but I'll take a sip of my
Let's all go down there and see what that's about. Himself in the garage. So Carolyn from the Stern School of Business, who cares that women get Bitcoin so they can transcend the circumstances of living in an Afghan cave. I've always loved you. I never thought you loved me. We're meant to be
Yeah,
she's going
definitely.
to go
Triangle
and marry
shoulders,
this
factories,
rich
and things
guy.
like that.
She's going to
Definitely.
destroy.
Okay, Ms. Abrams, and then we're going to move on. And by the way, just to the camera, jobs in industries, but then they find that they can't get promoted past a certain point. There's a glass ceiling. Nobody else can see it, but it's there. They can't get past it to become CEOs, things like that. Ms. Abrams.
You know? You mentioned that you
See, look at how prescient, right? She was going to ask, what was the glass ceiling, right? That's what let's go on. I'm not going to edit this. Okay. Let's talk about okay. Now, Judaism is probably the only better than that is because Judaism is a fully gendered culture. I mean, we can spend a lot of time ticking off all the various differences between men and women, particularly in the bar mitzvah and all that stuff. They vastly outnumber a young woman. And the wedding is the big deal, but the where women pray and where men pray, which many as well. Obviously, Orthodox Jews do not find it as a negative, but that's not our topic for today. Rights and privileges, however, there are some real serious, very important areas in which women do not. The same rights and privileges as men, and smaller than the areas in which men generally have greater power than women. Again, women are treated differently. When they're treated well, they're treated equally. But it's very easy for the system to degenerate into, in this gendered atmosphere, emphasizes the role of women in the private sphere, as we say in Tehillim and Psalms. All the glory of the princess is within, meaning within a private sphere, protected, not necessarily broadcasting to the outside world and so on. This is something that is expected of the male to go out and to kill. And although there are very significant to that, and I often like to point out the passage in Proverbs that's read every Friday for our that she is, you know, she's got ships going here and there. She's an employer that they're in private domain and in the public domain, which is definitely not in keeping with philosophy feminism. At the same time, Judaism has a lot of really strong female role models from the biblical period and onwards, even though numerically, no question, we've got a lot more men acting in Jewish history. There are these visible actors in Jewish history. We have some very completely trumped their husbands. Sarah, Abraham, Rachel, over Yaakov, and so on and so forth. So just until the last century. There are a few reasons why things begin to gel at that time. One is a lot more analysis. You only see it poking up here and there. Maybe someone should do a good dissertation on it sometime. The tremendous change in Jewish self-image after the it was painfully evident to all be completely obliterated by its Arab enemies that was driving Israel into the sea when Uthman removed Sinai, the United Nations troops, and Nasser was about to advance, began to strike, and a victory after only 6 days. Not only had Israel survived, but it had expanded its boundaries tremendously, conquering the entire Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Golan Heights. So at that time, a lot of Jewish youth who had been, kind of laboring under the numerous clauses, the quota system in colleges, and trying to keep their heads down, shot, don't make trouble, nervous about other ethnic groups beginning to kind of feel their identities. The Black Panther movement is beginning to rise at this point. And African Americans are able to express their Jewish consciousness after 1967, which has all kinds of implications. We'll speak a little about it next week when we look at Rabbi Schneerson's life, because this is really the major beginning of the Teshuvah movement. Organizations like Aish Torah or Sameach, the entire network of Jewish feminist groups, where women who really apply both designations are getting together to discuss the ways in which they can create a form of feminism. The base is ideal for this because Jewish women which is where a lot of these traction. And later there will go to feminist gatherings, and they will be ostracized from Zionist position. So they can be feminist, but it's felt to be out of step with support for Yasser Arafat. One, Sylvia Barra-Fishman, whose work I'm going to feature in the next slide or so, one of these conferences in the 70s, and one of the one of the other and anti-Zionism of the feminist movement, prominent in many feminists, began to push. Oh my gosh! I lost my clicker. Mentally a Jew. These two areas, and it's more complicated if you look at their entire essay, but first, women of color who are feminists, because up until now, a lot of white feminism was really dominating. You don't understand. So, Barrett Fishman, who's one of my favorite writers on topics of this nature, he wrote a great book called A Breath of Life, Feminism, which I'm going to use a couple of statistics for in a second. This combination of Judaism has, on the one hand, a potentially corrosive element to issues like intermarriage, issues like birth rate, and so on. And there's some areas of feminist thought that definitely support some of those ideas in judgment. So, Jewish feminism, which really feminist thinkers, and it really begins in Poland. The first decade of the 20th century. Text. At the level. There are, even in the, of course, the reform movement, the conservative ordained these women as rabbis. There's a certain amount of controversy over the ordination of women as rabbis in the Orthodox. That is only gaining steam in Israel, the so-called. Me very happy. How many people could say percent of men in America in 1990 who were 65 or over spent more than 6 years in day school? Where you have something like 1% could actually say they spent 6 years in day school. The next kind of generational slice of the stratosphere is men and women aged 45 to 64. Once again, about the same proportion of men and a slightly higher proportion of women. 25 to 44 men are not getting any more educated specifically. It's basically flat. Men's education is about the same, but women have made huge strides. And by the time you get to 1990, women aged 18 to 24 have made massive gains compared to their grandmothers in Jewish education, almost equaling men. And that's really a very, very exciting, but that has huge historical implications. Because in Judaism, there are 3 ways to get status. I think I've given you this before. But education family equals, right? If Zadie was a way to the power that comes with learning. Occupational status. This one isn't quite as thrilling as the last slide, but all it is it's basically looking at women and men in different age groups, under 45 and over 45 in various special. And you can see that basically these green bars are over 45 and older, like right? This graph, that we see that in terms of women are holding, they're definitely making this at the same time. So the kind of image of Betty Friedan and her retinue are reflected thereof in one of the most difficult crises. discovered which will adequately address the situation. Right. That remedy is essentially medieval, and it does have
Hold on, you're melting, people.
educated group of all women in America. Jewish women per capita than non-Jewish women. But story correlates with lower birth rate. Obviously, and a small poodle. So, significant issue. There is clearly a big distinction between the Orthodox higher birth rate, but nevertheless, on the whole, Americans do. And one factor relay all of this Jewish education on education. Women get more educated. Also have to, yes.
On the Nelk podcast.
Okay, very good. Two, extremely important source of change our society as well. Right about this. There's some really like Lynn Davidman, Renee Kaufman on the returnees to Judaism, the so-called Rothschild. These are women who come from secular backgrounds. Adopting a lot of the attitudes that many of their feminists will find, completely contradictory to the values. Every morning after the morning prayers, they had this delicious breakfast. It was so phenomenal. And they had this one whitefish salad. It was incredible. You know, is something that our daughters and granddaughters. Thank you very much for your attention. Next week is the last week. And
questions. You're probably hoping, oh, you know,
something else. You got program. I listened to this a while ago. Beverly Hills Hotel, there's a French guy, and I spoke to him about this. And he did say to me, the girl, there is something that's not French. What is French? And then I said, I spoke about you on my show, and he said, no, you made the meal famous. You made the meal famous on your show. But what he was saying was, who knows? It's not going to make any sense until you show pussy. That's literally the sign. I drink cold brew grocery store concentrated. Gonna bring in refugees from God. Well, let's take a look at what's really going on. It feels weird. Macron, if you can get that up, has just said, hey, I from Gaza and put them in France, stepping up. And then, so people are saying this, like, and then it seems like it's a relocation plan to put Macron goes, well, now I'll take some of the heat off myself by going, hey, listen, we're recognizing this as a What's that? What are we doing? Like, everyone's like, Macron is, I can't believe he's rising a Palestinian city. Destroy the whole thing. It's Middle East.
well known here today, a tremendously stunning, well-written blog of the institutional camp system that was her husband eventually died, and she only emerged in the early 1950s after Stalin's death. And perspective, identity, as you might expect, she found more of it in the blog, and the theme of Judaism. So that would make her about 13. So in her crucial adolescent age, that's when she was adopting the excitement and newness of this radical system. And her own father, kind of had it by becoming a very ardent communist. She ultimately went to, she specialized in communist theory, and she began being very dedicated to the entire enterprise of teaching communist values. It was part of the formal curriculum, could not be removed whatsoever. And in fact, that's what ultimately got into her trouble. She married, as I mentioned earlier, a communist official, her two sons, one of them later died in the siege of Leningrad during World War II, and the other ultimately became a dissident writer of considerable note himself. But she was accused of being a Trotskyite. There's a picture of Leon Trotsky. This isn't all that good, but we have the B projector today. I'm saying in 1924, a triangular struggle for the leadership of the Soviet Union emerged between, on the one hand, Trotsky, who represented a more leftist approach. He wanted to keep, I should mention that, and immediately prior confiscations and rapid communization. He said we've got to let backyards with small-time farming and so on. And then there was a big debate. Well, what exactly would Lenin have done? Actually, they made little necklaces and hats. It was But what would Lenin have done were he alive and well? Would he have continued along the process of and their version of collectivization and so on? Ultimately, we won't know this subject to ultimately really consolidate his power, and we only begin to see it happening in the mid-1930s. So let's just take a all the way. Born Yosef Vissarionovich Jugashvili, who was something more pronounceable and memorable. Trotsky's name was Rothschild, means rapid or something like a troika. Lenin is from the Lena River, where Stalin means the man of steel. No relationship to Clark Kent that I am aware of, but that's what he named himself, the man of steel. His mother wanted him to be a priest. She wanted him to be an Christian Orthodox priest. In fact, she sent him to seminary where such a good Christian education, but he was exposed to things of Lenin, specifically a crucial pamphlet called Shtot What Is to Be Done, which laid out in just a few short pages Lenin's plan for the future in Soviet Union. He was completely taken with this and became an ardent communist from his youth. He is the man of steel. Has known the doom for him was actually very big belief was the Union had to be industrialized. The Soviet Union, the Russian Empire, was at least 50 years behind Western Europe in most of its large industrialization projects. They were not completely electrified. A lot of places outside of main cities where you could not even get electric lights working. They had a very rudimentary train system, which was very problematic as well because this is a huge territory, covers 1/6 of the Earth's land surface, and it's very hard to cover it. Rapidly into industrializing that society, building big factories, making things for the larger population with comparatively little attention to consumer goods. In many ways, it was the opposite of the American approach, where American capitalism focused on, creating value for individual consumers and hoping to build wealth through economies of scale. The Stalinist model said create these massive factories, these gorgeous palaces for the people, which are great for communities, but very, very little things for individuals. When I was there in the 1980s, I'm sure some of you may have memories of these if you visited the Soviet Union, it was very difficult to get basic commodities like toilet paper. I described to my friends there, but in America they actually have colored toilet paper. You can choose your color pattern. They're like, oh my gosh, you're getting colored. So what people usually use is inside of the bathroom you have these little sort of like when you get bills and you put a thing on the wall, little sort of Yeah, the newspaper. Disastrous collectivization project, Lenin's new economic policy, by taking all these individual farms, forcing everyone to go into big collective factory farms, where you would have the economy of scale. You only had to buy one tractor. 1932. It shows Soviet woman here, and she's dragging all these bourgeois capitalist farmers into the colcos, the capitalists, which were economically very poor producers, ultimately resulted in a terrible famine of 1932. People were literally starving and were cannibalizing each other in city streets, in Kiev, for example, at this time. Reasonable estimates place the number of people killed at 4 to 5 million during this one year. There are much larger estimates as well. We don't know really for sure because there was a census taken in 1936 that would have told this definitively how many people were. But once the results came out, Stalin had the census takers was buried, so we only have Soviet Union. Naturally, he made a lot of enemies, which at the time, just under 10 years, when the Soviet courage, effervescence of local culture, including Yiddish culture, to the promotion of Yiddish as a language, Yiddish theater. There was a Jewish section, that's another political figure, experiment called Eurovision, which was a small autonomous oblast, a small region of the Far East that the Soviet Union set aside for Jewish immigration. Yiddish was made the official language there, and although there was a lot of hoo-ha in the larger public world, I mean, in terms of public relations, and it was designed primarily to offset the popularity of Zionism. There was very little actual material support given to Birobidzhan, and the only real attraction for Jews of this remote location was the fact that it was really quite proximate to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, there was nothing to do with it. After 1930, we've seen a real strong downturn against Judaism. Now, it's interesting to know that Stalin himself was Lenin's minister in charge of nationalities. He was the primary architect of nationality policy in the Soviet Union, and it seems rather clear that he was not after the whole religious functionaries of all kinds, and anyone who was observant of Jewish law at this time basically went on before he immigrated to America. He gets a tshuva from a man who has to work early in the morning. Early. In order to get to work on time, and he certainly can't put them on work because he would be persecuted too much lengthier. But basically, purges began in 1994 after the assassination of the head of the Soviet Union. We have purges in my home, regular purge, all of the old It was a much more horrific round of wreckers of Soviet state. This is connected with the year plans that Stalin had put in place. So, some 1928, it's produced 100 tons of pig iron per month. We want this plant to produce. So, they essentially lied. And the lies would go up, they only produce 7. And so, that lie would go on to the next level, and by the tiny fraction of what he expected. And so realizing that the whole system, everybody is lying. It's a house of cards for wreckers who are actually stealing the iron. And so enemies, and this is where the purges come in place. In the case of someone who identified, and so she's hauled before a kangaroo court, and well, let's say not saying here because I'm speaking generically, and they accuse her of these horrible crimes. They may torture her, they may expose her family to all kinds of risk, they may, cause her husband to lose his job and so on, which is economic suicide in a society that boasts of 100% employment. Get out of it, or at least think she can get out of it, is if she works with her. And so she fabricates 10 names. She just makes up 10 names of people that she doesn't especially like, and she wants to divert the blame from herself. And then those 10 people get arrested. And then they betray another 10 people each. And within a short period of a couple of years, it just ballooned out of control, where the whole society was filled with people who were betraying each other to the secret police. And there were knocks on the door, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., taking people There's also a significant anti-Semitic component to this as well, because Jews are often singled out for crimes. So the other, they are still, relatively 18, 19 years, Jews were given equal rights. It's very easy to identify them, and they're also, by the way, disproportionately pro-communist. So it's very easy to identify them as the potential records, and they get caught up into this. I'd like to talk a little bit about her specific connection. So here's someone else that she knows, and she was present when this one was arrested. This is before she herself was arrested. This is a young woman with a small child. Oh, by the way, the reason why she was originally arrested is because one of her colleagues at school had written a review article in a journal. Stalin had criticized that review article, wrong-headed in the economy. He worked at the same school, and she did not. She must have been a secret sympathizer until she was arrested. Association with someone she had nothing to do with on intellectual level. So, read you a passage that describes the arrest of an individual, and you get a sense of So this is a man is arrested, and my child has no father. Then shaking the policeman fervently by the hand, she swore to them that her son would be loyal servant of the party. All this she told me herself. For a minute believed that there was Israel's lustring of power, of treachery, of no place in her honest single-track mind, things like that. And then finally, and she becomes a beggar. She goes from place to place. For 2 or 3 days, we had news, and on the 4th, motion to Stalin, she glass of acetic acid. In her suicide note, she blamed nobody, treated the her coffin was followed by her 5-year-old son, the claiming woman from the regional office committee, and 2 or 3 of the more desperate characters among. As I looked at the sad, I told myself, no, I'll do that. Gulag was not designed as a death factory where people were not sent there to be neglected and abused. And without doubt, hundreds of thousands died in the Paradise called The Survivor. He was one of the early scholars. He was a member of the Harvard Society of Fellows who set out to write the first really synthetic work looking at the experience people had in the Nazi camps and in the Gulag. And he tried to bring together all these memoirs and to look at what were the common elements. Among the elements that they called excremental assault, that was his term for it, where both the Nazis and the Soviets strove to remove individuality from all of their prisoners. First, taking away their clothing, making them wear uniforms. In some cases, like with the Nazis, shaving their heads to make them look more uniform, and taking away their names, insisting that they be referred to by number. In the case of some death camps, number on their arms. They ended up soiling themselves and feeling disgusting about themselves, which served to further reduce their psychological. According to this press, this was a very deliberate plan by both the Nazis. Shortly after he completed this amazing work, which is still worth reading. Anyway, life in the Gulag, in many ways to life in the concentration camps. There was some possible where to run to. Where would you go? Although it was the nature of the life there was incredibly difficult because everyone was under uncertainty as to why they were there and how they were there. There were frequent retrials where the person might are very remarkable figures. So what I like is really see what's happening to the Jew. I understand a little bit more about what she returned. I should have just motor mouthed straight through 35 minutes. Sleep. Western Soviet Union. You recall that Hitler had made an agreement with Stalin the Groom and Hitler as the bride. It happened during the next dramatically with Operation Barbarossa, which is when Hitler double-crossed Stalin, even Jews living in. What Hitler did was behind the Wehrmacht, behind the German army that's advancing to the east, he sent 4 special policemen that would go to these local communities, round up all the Jews, communists, an estimated 1.5 to possibly as high as 2 grandparents and their families. Well, my grandparents' families, I should say. Exactly. Murders was in Rabbbi Yad. Yad is a Russian word meaning so old woman's mean is what it means. Where 33,000 were killed in less than a week. Astounding number of killed. Rabbbi Yad remains as well. Now, there's a lot more to say about this. I want to move on to the next major stage, which is where we left off from the Emmanuel Ringel lecture, is that some of you on my Dynamic Bells, they were designed specifically with the task of receiving Jewish cargo, destroying that cargo, it goes down to their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, their hair, and so of course we know the story well, how the journey from Greece or France, many of them had died in the rail car. They were forced to march, sometimes to Wasser Engel, Mengele, who would direct those who looked like they would be useful for slave labor to run. And those who were slated for immediate destruction were sent to the left. the vast majority were sent left. Killed after their valuables and so on were removed. There were various anti-Soviet activities, but by and large, Jews understanding persecution that had is one of the great heroes of Warsaw Ghetto. Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapiro, known as the Kodesh, or the Ascension Rabbi, who boldly declined offers from the numerous Hasidim and for guidance during the book. Okay, now people right about to get back to Ginsburg. What happened? Her study had nothing to do with what she ever did or what are incredibly powerful. Let me read you one more passage, I think, from here. I mentioned how, her Jewish identity was tenuous. She was an assimilated Jew to begin with. She never really identified with things Jewish. She was a communist first and a Jew, maybe a distant 12th. But in the camps, she began to discover some elements of it. So, for example, they were punished in the camps, by the way, for singing out loud and for reciting poetry and so on. But nevertheless, they continued to do these things when they were not observed. And so, she's writing here deep in the Gulag. She says in one of the books that they had there, they had a precious hide from the guards. We happened to read some lines about the destiny of the Jewish people, their stubbornness and vitality, and the ancient reading next year. I took this with voices cracked and weak. Next year in Jerusalem. Clinking our prison mugs, we shall drain them dry. There is no promised land. We may be poor and persecuted, but on New Year's Eve, we joined her with her adult stepdaughter here. She went through experiences as a victim of the Stalinist purges. Resource to understand, not limited to those who found themselves under the yoke of the Germans, by those who Stalin and his diabolical ideas eradication of record retention. Sorry that I rattled on so long. His wife was saying, one of the women say, don't you feel terrible letting your husband go to your students, it's for me. The Shali, Shalom. Everything that I have comes from her. So as the story goes, she had tremendous sacrifice. 24 years of her married life given up so that Akiva could continue to learn. And the lesson is that what belongs to Akiva, whatever Akiva has belongs to Rachel. Husbands are off in the Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state the Gaul to teach Torah publicly. They were put to death. It was horrible and horrific. Akiva, of course, is one of the Asara who are putting in a lecture, but I might as well mention it now because it makes sense. The essential example of the patriotic persecution in his personal life. Signed on with the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was a movement that was war in which a neo-Messianist following an individual tried to, in a erotic attempt, overthrow the Roman Empire. It was a complete failure. And political orientation. There were Jews who were trying to actually fight off the Roman yoke. It was just an overwhelmingly stupid thing. will learn, and we'll continue our studies of the Jewish religion and so on. This small city of Yavne, close to Tiberia, modern Tiberias, was where modern Jewish culture was essentially like a bubble of purity, not involved primarily in the huge political storms that were going on. On the Mishnah, circumstances. They created the first universal public school system. Accumulated a large amount of wealth and traded in the urban area like and widespread ignorance of the law. This goes together with accessation. Where there is poverty, there comes very little education. There's so much labor that has to be done, time-consuming labor in the fields, things like that. They just don't have the wherewithal. High school age from these tasks that are associated with so when you have the phrase and the phrase literally means the people of the land, which perhaps in the biblical time it's not pejorative. It means like a farmer, right? When Abraham bends down, he bows down to the Mars. I can't remember exactly the phrase. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, a person of the land. So the connection of education and wealth and privilege. And here is Akiva. So, hypocrites who walk with plenty of good food to eat, but they have no marries Akiva on the condition that he learns Torah. He is really against the idea at first, but he is so deeply. So he begins at first by going to and go out into the fields and to, it's not exactly clear whether he cut Rabbi Sold reportedly beautiful long to put food on the table. Later, Akiva was an ornament, very popular. It was either some kind of large medallion or a maid. She would say, yeah, yeah. And then later on, of course, when he was the head of an academy and very well and so on, and he bought it for her. Then husband say back, when you sell your hair, you look up to that kind of level. Those things are probably things that are added on later, kind of tremendous property. And nothing much changed. Akiva had failed. And Akiva began and to his son's education. When he was about 5 or 6 years old, so you can imagine they're married now for at least 5 or 6 years, that Akiva started to get involved in the education. As the story says, that he would go to he would essentially do carpool, take his kid to carpool. I have, you can believe it. sit there, a beautiful metaphor, an image where we would take a hold of one end of the writing tablet, he would take hold of the other end of the writing tablet, and they would together sound out the letters as he developed literacy. Don't forget, this is a man. Reflect on, I wonder how many of us also began our Jewish education, realized the importance of giving our children a Jewish education. Also started getting when we started teaching with our children as teacher. Sacrifice is really illustrative of a larger phenomenon of the dedication to Torah study did not come initially from Akiva. We have all these great stories about Rabbi Akiva. It really came down to what Raquel wanted. Raquel was the one who insisted from the beginning that he should be the one for the Torah. So perhaps one of the strongest, and this was something that took a tremendous amount of effort and change. And she did this through her own person to be able to put food on the table. Living all learned from the sages far away for 24 years. The Romans had a head-on, blunt-force kind of approach. Kill anybody who does it. And the Soviets had a far more sophisticated approach of pull-off things. The Jews that implemented Soviet policy among the Jews were themselves, fairly educated Jews. Liebenstein, who was actually a rabbi at 17, he became the head of the Sektia, the Jewish section. His value, a Judaism that was devoid of God, say, hey, look, you don't have to do it. Absolutely. But don't set Rabbi Yochanan, I believe, Rish Lakish over whether a man and other posting, whether a man, again, really based on the idea that the husband is the primary breadwinner. And that's one of the obligations the father has, is to teach his son how to have a trade, a little like the Rambam that said, come first, trade later. But excellent question. And we'll talk more about this at home. So, larger observation about women in ancient Israel. Two spheres. You see this in a lot of Western cultures in particular. To a certain degree, it's very prominent in Asian culture, less so in many African cultures. But it is a typical idea that you have two spheres, the public sphere and the private sphere. The private sphere, that of the home in particular, perhaps the school, but within the four walls, with a greater degree of anonymity, a greater degree of passivity. These are areas which are typically reserved for women or considered the proper domain of women. In some more repressive cultures, women are forced into these roles. Is within, meaning when and not seen to the outside world, that is her glory. The mantle inside art with a front and so on, that's kind of a model of the feminine ideal. At the same time, ironically, we have this concept of the Eshet Chayil. So someone give me an actual translation of Eshet Valor. Okay, very good. It's kind of like your 1970s translation. But the word "et" is like Isha, right? The Swedish word Isha. What is the word Chayal? Is sung every Friday night as on one hand of praise to probably prepare the meal. So these two kind of degree of tzniut, translate that term literally hiddenness, right? And their hiddenness will be going out to war, American propaganda. Through much of the literature, women are defined through men. Isha, interestingly enough, in Hebrew, you say, this is my man, this is my man, this is my husband. So I'm not sure how really that understood to be married, but their marriage is kind of very incidental to what. In our literature. This may not be very surprising because, after all, who controls the literature about Gloria? That's when we hear a lot more about women did risks, there's the opinion of men, and what have you. Also, marriage married, that's going to bring another set of hands into our household. It's going to bring hopefully grandchildren into our family. Here we very okay. Is the that woman is domain of her father. domain of her husband. I don't want to overemphasize this point because, particularly in Ukrainian cultures, have a pretty high degree of personal autonomy. The right to own property, which should not be taken for granted in the ancient world, was certainly thought. The kernels have to then be winnowed, where you throw them up in the air and you get rid of the chaff and you bring down the actual. And then the most time-consuming thing of all, you've got to grind it, as this picture of a woman here is doing. Which basically they would use 2 millstones. And it takes hours and hours and hours of daily bread. So the amount of time that women spend in food preparation alone is overwhelming by modern sensibilities. Together, doing this communal labor of grinding their wheat. And from this, we can infer something that, for example, one of the things that's being these are prayers which you but there are things like prayers for successful conception, prayers for trimester, second trimester, third trimester, light, for menopause, prayers for all kinds of things associated with the men say the prayers for menopause that have existed for almost how many centuries, and every now and then you just get a little bit. Well, the ones that we have today, most of the collections are really 19th century. A lot of them to specific rabbis, but the Hasidim in particular were very good at collecting them. They tend to be written in Yiddish, because that would be the San Arena would have some of them interspersed within. The one that's Eisler is a scholar at probably okay. So, in terms of intellectual freedom, it would be correlated of disposable income. Then you can look to the possibility of school or a learning environment. Far more limited access to learning than men. But that statement's a little misleading because it says a lot more about class, gender. The truth is, the real story is that the vast majority of has access to learning. Or as the judge, but I'm saying like average women, you would see women. The idea of an isha chachama, of a wise woman that people would consult. The isha from Tekoa, for example, where she performed a seance to bring back the prophet. Perhaps a midwife with somewhat orthodox men like that. These things were also so on. So really, we have a whole gamut in the ancient world of women involved in to speak of a patriarchy in ancient Israel. She prefers the term heter form to the later reified and codified men's of the status of women in the ancient world. Rahel later gave birth to a young girl, as she about Shimon ben Azai, and he did her to marry him. But she went and she married him instead. She married him anyways. And when Akiva heard that, meaning just like your mother married me, when her father gets, so of course it's the reason you would marry someone even though I didn't approve. So it kind of goes around, comes around. But in this context, I want to close by mentioning a story about Akiva, but I think it says a lot about her, about Akiva, about Rachel in particular. And the story is a very beautiful one. It's in a tremendous But so a story goes that sorry, Akiva, your daughter is going to die on her wedding. I made that part. So he tells him, Akiva, your daughter's going to die. Akiva, morning, Akiva's daughter, whose name we don't know, Akiva looked out, and she saw that it was attached to a large poisonous snake. And the snake, I remember correctly, at any rate, so
Hi,
Akiva
I'm
says,
Taylor Becky,
celebrating
and now it's time to learn English. How language itself works. Over the next 16 episodes, we'll look at the smallest building blocks of sounds and handshakes, to the structure of words and meanings, to how words go together to make sentences and conversations. Along the way, we'll also look at the relationship between language and our identity, the brain, and even computers. We'll learn about writing, language acquisition, and the diversity of human languages. There are actually over 7 identified languages in the world today. That includes thousands of spoken languages and hundreds of sign languages. They can be small. Spanish. Mara ended a little late, so it's just hard to. Have an all-night program here at the Shoah, and he buried his writings underground before he was, and they were discovered in 1952 by a Polish construction worker that willing on Shavuos a week, and then there'll be speakers all night. And if people are interested, I'll have a chabura in the back, just friends that are midnight. So the journalists join him onto the factory floor, and they go. There's all kinds of people working and so on. He goes up to the conveyor belt, and there's one guy standing working there, and the journalist of the Soviet Union, and he says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink in the morning and go to work? And Ivan says, Mr. President, yes. Summer hall. I still go to work. The irony of this joke and how it actually fits in a devastated by the loss to all of our families. Nevertheless, the Jewish people, Am Yisrael, Netzach Yisrael, Lo Yishaker. I want to thank especially tonight's donors, the sponsors, Timur and Clara Feldmar, Norman and Eva Gatti, and an anonymous donor. Thank you very much for all these donations go straight to shul, and they paid for some of the equipment and things like that, so it's really nice to be able to reimburse the shul for using the space and so on. So tonight's talk is about a very young woman. She was only 23 years old when she was martyred at the hands of the Nazis. A Hungarian young woman who is really quite exceptional. And the story is all the more tragic because she so clearly evinced phenomenal potential for the future. In many ways, we know a lot about her because she left behind a diary, and she's kind of like the other side of Anne Frank. Anne Frank, a young girl and adolescent, we see the potential of youth. Anna Sanish was actually all those things, and yet even greater potential was actualized in her intellectual, religious zeal and her common sense attitude. Many things. She could have been a great for Jewish people had she merited the possibility of moving on past her 23rd year. Other people, like Maimonides, there are some people who are like stars that even after the stars themselves have been extinguished, right? Many of the already dead. Towards the end of the hour and see about Hannah Sanish and her life. And of course, she was a war hero. Palestine, she perished. accomplished everything he wanted to in life, and now he felt that it was possible that he could actually move on. And a few days later, he died, possibly of an aneurysm, leaving behind his wife and his two children, which I think is a question we shouldn't mention. Here is Anna on the left.
I know, we're transhumanists. Say no more.
Yeah. We met on X.
And I remember, absolutely.
Jumped into
100%.
X. Somebody very dear to me and their actual death, they're probably, the DNA is gone probably anyway.
Okay, very well. How things been for you on X? Of course
Then
it was.
I tried again,
Of course.
and that account was deleted.
No way.
Um,
Why?
and then I left. I was able to leave Pennsylvania, and now I'm in Kansas, and I have to leave here soon.
Okay.
And when I left, I remember being in here talking about the O negative
Yeah. Oh, completely.
and meeting. Remember that? This was their head up their ass.
Yeah.
And that's not going to work out.
Right.
So,
Where's the?
they were probably right.
Oh, I don't know.
The blood type is not necessarily mean uniqueness of virtue or anything like that. Settled future. And what have you been doing? Just exciting happening?
Yeah. So, and I'd recommend you do this as well. I transitioned. Well, and then you remember I was doing X's, Twitter's. I call them Twitter
Yes.
Spaces.
And you had video. Definitely banned you, but there might be all those little access accounts or something.
Sure. No, I've been going since February 14th, every single day, every moment. So maybe you didn't have my personally. They're not like X does. They don't have the is doing it. So I've become kind of a meme on there, and the reason why is I created bots that like people, and it doesn't spam them with anything. I mean, I guess like a like and a repost is a spam, I guess, but make them again. They're very sexually explicit, and this is not my normal way. I started. It was literally. I was really polite. I was like, please, rabbis, this or you know, just like his clit like bubble gum (parentheses upon request) because everything. No woman wants that. That's
like bubble gum.
like bubble gum.
Okay.
Like uh, let's be honest. That would be extremely painful, but it puts an image in your head that is like, wow, that is very explicit. Hot cum inside milks like a bomb. Fingers chicks like bowling balls. Blue sky. Important notice. Rabbi agents. Did you know Rabbi can fish you like an engine piston? Did you know Rabbi destroys milk pussy like a jackhammer. Blue sky warning. Rabbi impales milk pussy like kebab skewers. There. Rabbi pounds pussy like a heavy boxer punches a speed bag. Flash flood warning. Rabbi raw dog the entire thought patrol. Blue sky fact for the day.
high
Blue sky fact of the day. Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Blue sky alert. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like a Gatorade commercial. Rabbi distributes orgasm.
So I get the point.
Yeah. So
Um,
I've got these robots that automatically pull from the spreadsheet and populate a profile picture. They put one of these dirty names in there, and then they is it gets in someone's notification. So, like, if you have notification on your phone or a toast message on what your how you have it programmed on your phone, how you have your notifications, and then a lot of people take screenshots of that, and then they post that to their thousands of people who view their account, and then 1,000 people found out about me because some of that. I've also your what currency isn't doing what it was. 95% of all people on it. So don't.
Well, that makes you feel any better.
I like to play games.
Hi, Sue. I think I remember call them.
Absolutely. Holly, if you'd like to play on Google Play, it's free. It's Play-Doh, Play-T-O, and, and there are many games that you can play
dignity, and basically I'm just being of some sort, right? In terms of creating multiple revenue streams, and I've yet to do anything with it.
Not just degrees.
So
you have a master's degree.
I don't get benefits, but yeah. Okay. So you're not sure whether or not they might have. No? I am parents while dating. Somebody paying with the one individual of like an actual horse.
$500,000 or less. I had the opportunity to walk away with.
And you have an issue with stuff, or I have a headset on for the mic, but I have the TV.
We can't hear it.
But I've had the opportunity to just go overseas and set myself up for life and not worry. Like I could just go to Indonesia. Could have gone to Indonesia, never have to worry about money ever again. Very like modest lifestyle.
And whatever
very good being on.
you would be doing legal things, right? There wouldn't be anything illegal.
Yeah, I'll just.
Get that because money just drops out of the sky for you. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So everything will be okay, right?
Yeah.
A resume to a recruiter.
Here's a point.
You have a great resume, and you have them find a job for you. Now, in
Oh, where in America am I?
Yeah.
I was in Pennsylvania. I'm right now in Kansas, only for like 2 weeks. Um, I've been here. person and you know that person's not going to hurt you and they don't ask them and things of that nature, I think it's possible to have at least a couple having that issue with you. And it actually have like the first one or two children being over, right?
I'm not negative.
It's a very popular. There's been, so included into this baby act like they're really interested together, right? I really think that they just don't know what they want. They think they want children, but I don't think this guy here wants basically he's willing to do a non relationship, but get married for the benefits of the military thing, because you get like spouse benefits and dependents. I think he'd make a horrible dad, not show us a penny.
And
And I
then,
got text messages to show what an asshole that is. But yeah,
yeah, and there's something with talk about.
I gave blood like years ago. Can't remember. 2 or 3 years ago, but gave.
anything that's associated with it. It's almost like
They
feel like a power trip. So
I mean, I can show you a text message where they're asking for their negative.
you know what I mean. Request diagnostics. And how old are you, dude? Are you trying to hit on me? You're 29.
Yeah.
Okay, you're about the same age as Jacob, which feels too young for me.
How old are you?
I'm 40. I just turned 40. My fertility and health is not in question because I used certain medications to keep myself in stasis until like my mid 30s. So I barely went through the first part of the onset of puberty and stuff. So all my eggs are good, my ovaries are good, practically vegan and all that stuff. So but yeah, I think I'm not going to navigate hooking up ever again. I think. Um, I say that because what I wanted, the whole idea was I waited to try to find certain individuals that might fit You know what I mean?
Well,
And it's very difficult to find those when these men aren't grown up selves and they pathologically liars, and you think like they're just gonna the child. You know what I mean?
my father's wise to have a child on the other side of the world. I don't think I'd realize it soon.
Or you mean like on the West? You mean in America?
But I'm in Australia. I don't think it's long distance. That's not legal, but okay.
Well, yeah, but people get away with anything, right? Basically, they could find younger, suit their needs instead of trying to be a narcissist and someone else feel like shit, right? And I just don't feel like dealing with that. I want to be able to feel beautiful while I'm pregnant, whether I gotta go
I like it too. I like 2-3 years older.
2 years. That's not bad. Like somewhere 5 years, like 5 or 6 years younger or older. Yeah.
When girls are older, because they're more experienced than me. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, that stuff, but I think like connection matters for conception, and that's the whole reason I want to wait. Huh? A child anything about themselves. You're looking for motherhood, right?
If you're having sex and she's telling you, she's instructing you what to do the first time and not letting it, let the connection grow naturally, that's a red flag.
You know what I mean? Like the nose
don't
stuff.
do that first time. She's instructing you what to do on the then that's a red flag.
Get
Twice.
Are you sure you're not good in bed?
No, because no. Because
Could have been any girl can say that.
We just fucked all the time. We just fucked and I wasn't good on the first time we fucked. I was terrible. But then on like the second, third, is off fuck and doesn't expect you to get better over time.
I agree with that. I think it probably takes a good, like, over a course of a couple months even, you know, virtue shit, right? They're well, that's interesting. Have any children, right? So you're Australian, right?
Yep. It's not a lot.
Just how many a year after 18? When did you get started? Okay. So any males?
No.
Or in betweeners, you know what I mean? Yeah. I've probably been with 3 girls, one that was serious. I can probably count the ones that were like uninvited, but I'm like, and my last time was and
What?
with a guy, that would be like 2006 or 7. So I haven't really
What?
been with men for a very long time. Yes, I'm almost like a nun. So where I shut off my libido anyway, save my ovulation for my eggs. So, and then the libido, you know, procreate. But I can do that. You know what I mean? So I could pretend to be his girlfriend. We would have made a cute couple, to be honest. But we did with the baby.
So you got out with your egg, and that baby died.
Yes.
Oh, that's so.
I tried to rebound with a couple girls, and I'm just like, they're just ravers, and it's almost like they're doing it for attention. want to invest in the future. It's more popular than not have kids. Right. But the women prior to that, explosion of you know LGBT, right? A lot of them were maternal. So they're not completely as they say, you know what I mean? Just the looser lifestyles, and for that time, maybe after kids are grown up or something. But yeah, then you get into like that, right? And that was felt awkward. And more cosmetic products, and he's also in the Navy, so I think it might be a slight gay thing going on. His brother's a Marine and gay. For, yeah, I think now he would make me into a problem. I think he's
All right. Well, he's not.
but no, he wanted me here, so I came here, and person has caused like some hygiene issues for him. And I'm now that they had to remove their things from the room to another part of the house. They're supposedly a friend. The military guy's white, right?
Okay.
He's from Michigan, and this other dude didn't make it to an embassy. You and any type of those things from work in the military. I turned power trip pond thing necessarily caring about the well-being stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah. So this individual counter, and it's not big enough for the cat to do, or it's too heavy for the. And then rearranging, raising things like that near the sink. It tube hairs off, which I guess to sneak in to put in the Ethernet, even though it's like his, and that's what I'm running on now because the Wi-Fi kept going in and out.
You ready to lose?
Zoot, I've beaten you in
Am I
every
ready
game
for
we've
what?
played.
Oh, are you guys playing the game? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mean to vent.
No, you're fine.
But no, it's a whole thing that I'm making the doc. You know what I mean? Your potential baby mama is sharing a bathroom, and you know what I mean. There's certain things that are disturbing her. It's just like, you know what I mean. It's just like I didn't even get introduced properly. There's no rules. You know what I mean. And then when I do address something, hey, let me know if you need anything, right? But if you do need anything, it turns into a problem. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah.
What are star signs, man?
Hmm?
What are star signs, man? You said he was an Aries.
Yeah. They're hot-headed. They're fire signs, and they usually get angered very quickly, and that normally ends up backlashing on them. Like they mad and shut the conversation. Try to stop the conversation down and then tally. Like I have a text message that said for you, even though I issue that I will sleep on the floor on like a nap. Before I sleep on a match someone else is fucked in, right? Laundry and it's all stained up. So now that mattress is outside of this room and in the dining room. And he decided because I'm calling him out on some of them, and he can't admit that he's ever wrong or something, right?
Oh no.
You just can't get past that shit. Me, yeah, I actually, um, I actually was going to pursue, we spent a lot of time on the thing. He's O plus, passionate about it, and I'm not going to trap him with a baby. Right? I could probably get kids out of him, but I'm not going to trap a man that doesn't want a baby. You know what I mean?
Right. Well,
but he's 52. Another gentleman that isn't O.
Holly, I'm interested in a man serious and hear my stations. If you would like to just be in the nicest way you can, a sex lady, to be able to, if you're going to be pregnant and such, and 25 million people. So that's, a lot of basically. What I'm definitely on Craigslist, and you're going to get 10 guys a day, and then you're going to interview them via FaceTime or Skype, or not Skype, but like Zoom, or even Twitter. And I ideally want a husband, but like, okay, so you're like, where would I even post that? It's very easy. All you do is you go to
Is
ChatGPT.
it?
It is.
Have you heard of anybody succeeding in doing that?
Yeah, I have. Not necessarily the United States, but yeah, I've known people to do it.
Yeah.
I've known people who've done it, and they've been married for 30 years. So,
Really?
and they have had
Like,
children
I could
together.
see, like, if it's a green card situation, you know what I mean? But most of these guys, they would rather go younger and with somebody without kids. There's a lot of push to, like, not have kids.
But you don't have kids, and that's a big benefit for you. I've known it in multiple situations where people had what you want. So if you're like, okay, how would I do
They
that?
were Mormons, right? But they like to breed.
They weren't at
The
all.
Mormons will take more than one wife.
No, they weren't. It wasn't anything like that. Here, this is exactly what I would do if I were you. Long term, to have children. I'm looking for I am willing to move it. Please feel free to email me. Ensure that we have you, but if we hit it off, you may be able to find your future wife. I am single. I have no children. I'm attractive. I'm educated. Of building a loving family. Ideally, you're O negative or know your blood type, financially stable, and located in Southern California. But I'm open to other areas if things click. If we really connect, I'm willing to read before making any big moves. If we connect, your wife. If this speaks to you, feel free to email me and introduce yourself. I'm excited to see what the future holds. Warmly, Holly. You post this, and you're going to get 50 men tomorrow who send you some type of, especially if you include a picture.
No, no, that's ridiculous.
And it could be 45 to 65 or something like that. There are the personal section. You will find, I bet you get next 24 hours to respond to it.
So what can you post on there? Is it email and phone?
Email and phone profile. You just need to post this information, your face if you want, or show your face, which is better. And then you take calls all day. But you will get so many guys.
It's almost like there's this little soul that us. I mean,
Aside from
almost like we're possessed by little souls.
Aside
right?
from it being an instinctual quality of the person, people want to teach. Like I would want to teach people, women or boys and girls, how to live and educate them and make sure that they had it, and hopefully grow up into.
They get cold feet about it as if they're not ready.
I get
bucket forever and never baked.
I get that.
Like, never actually.
You've got to say to yourself, you know what? It was minutes, and then you just wait. And while you're blowing time with this loser in Kansas, you can have some guy.
Rabbi, you need vetted by Rabbi.
Absolutely, I'd love to meet you video chat with a Kansas guy.
Actually none.
Okay.
Video
Doesn't they're just not flaky. You're gonna make sure. Do you have anyone else living in the house? The guy might say, "I have a dog." Okay, if somebody has pets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Depending on the pet, it's not going to be. You know,
Normal pet. A dog or a cat. Let's say, if they had a cat, would you be okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a cat here, and I have my own cat.
But in 5 years, when you need a place to live and you've got a child, and now you're on your own. Yeah, exactly. You want somebody who per capita income is higher. There are people who would be able to.
For cooking, cleaning. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like one to do is
One, someone at least with him to procreate who wants a traditional life, and
that's not considered prostitution or anything.
not at all. No, not at all. That's
No?
that's a personal ad. That's prostitution. You haven't. So don't you
I know, right?
Yeah. So don't you worry about that.
But
I don't
I'll do
believe
it
you.
maybe
I don't
Monday
believe
after
you.
I have things.
I don't believe you.
Hmm?
I don't believe you.
You believe me?
I-
I'm gonna do it.
No, I don't because it literally takes you 10 minutes right now. You have to do it. This could be the biggest
I want email to do that, and I need to set up email.
Okay.
Like if I were to do that, I want to set up
No,
like an
no.
actual email to do it.
Hold on.
Tabs all over the
Hold
place
on, hold
for
on,
cybersecurity.
hold on. Don't worry about that. These are just excuses. I dismiss excuses. So on you better. So and Craigslist San Diego. And even some of those 3 ones, because it's warm, it's able to support a child much easier than someone in a flyover state.
Would you call it a flyover state?
Yeah, so basically people who just, everything in the middle is called a flyover state.
So like the middle states are considered to be weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Uh, they have lower incomes that aren't there. Isn't a lot of history there.